Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Monday, April the 24th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me, see my screen. Thank you, Tank. All right, guys. Well, lots of activity this morning. Look at all these stocks that are up at least 10%. This is everything in this light green here versus the ones that are down 10%. This is in the orange here and that the change from the close column. So a lot of action for all of these are small, of course, but let's take a look at some of them. Tempo, TMPO. This is the big one so far this morning, up 104%. And of course, most of these are going to be low floats. I don't see any news for Tempo. I thought I saw something earlier, but anyway, TMPO. ACON, I did see some news about ACON. Action surges on promising their drug. I think it's phase two, and that's ACON. INAB, INAB, trading higher after the company announced this is phase one. I think the other one was phase two. Follow my list though. First of all, I'm not following my list. NLST. Now this is a strange one because I looked at it in Interactive Brokers. Let me see if the bid ask is still kind of crazy. Yeah, you know what? Now it's okay. And the last time I looked, it was at 525 or something like that, and 200 on the ask. Anyway, it's I guess they want some kind of a huge patent infringement against Samsung, something like $303 million. Here it is, $303 million in a patent infringement trial against Samsung. I'm sure Samsung is going to contest it, but anyway, that's the news for NLST right now. It's not a low float, 200, so that's a huge move, 35% with 228 million in the float. This is not shortable for me either, Interactive Brokers. Interesting. With that float, I would have thought there'd be shorts available. AI, boy, AI is getting thumped here, guys. This was the one I was watching on Friday for the 20 break. Well, it's broken 20 now. Trading lower after analysts at Wolf Research has downgraded their rating of the stock to underperform. So that is I guess, the catalyst so far this morning for AI to be moving down. The next low looking left on the weekly chart anyway is 1614. Yeah, but 1614 for AI. PHG is an earnings play. I think this is a pretty good one. PHG, another big float. That's a big move, 13% with 889 million in the float. Look at the gap. Look at it breaking away on the daily chart. Now, let's take a look left. Looks like the next high in the weekly chart is around 22.21. So maybe 60 cents or so before it hits that next high in the weekly chart. That's a nice gap up for this one, PHG. ZVSA. All right, so yeah, I noticed this one. I mean, it's still up 25%, lots of volume, low float, but look what it did. It got up to 422, and it's basically been cut in half. Let's see. I'm trying to see if there's any specific reason. I don't see any specific reason for it. Another low float. I think I mentioned the INAB. I'm pretty sure INAB. It's next on my list here. I think it was making new highs. It's funny because it was shortable Interactive Brokers a little while ago, not shortable now. The shorts have been snapped up. Probably a good thing. I was trying to look to short it at around 160, but it's a good thing there were no shorts available. So INAB is still ripping higher here. The next time the weekly chart is around 218. All right, keep an eye on this one. ARBB. This is a recent IPO. I think it's an all-time high. Yeah, so this is ARBB. So this is the beginning of the fourth week of its IPO, ARBB, and this is an all-time high now. Saw this one on Friday. And now it's gapped up a little bit more. And another very low float, 1.2 million in the float. SFR, SFR, SFR. Lots of volume. Look at that volume. 4.8 million shares, 13 million in the float. I don't see any news on it. I'm sorry. I just don't see any headline that is sticking out. Getty, there was a headline. GETY, Trillium making a $10 a share offer. In cash, all cash. Doesn't mean it's going to get to 10, but look what it did. It did get to 10, but pull back. The trade of the week. I should have mentioned the trade of the week. The trade of the week is IonQ. So IONQ, suggested entry. I think it's already there, but remember this is pre-market. 627 is the suggested entry. But again, this is pre-market. NXPL. NXPL. Are you not on the list, Frank? By the way, Frank Franco, you asked what the trade of the week is. You can sign up. It's free. You'll get it in your email. NXPL. So some kind of a deal with Alibaba, I think. Signs merchant sourcing agreement with Alibaba Group. Okay, so that's their reason for this one. Okay, 128,000 in the float. I mean, whether that is exactly correct, it'll be a low float situation. Here's your link, Frank, just in case you want to sign up for it. IDYA, IDYA. Again, I stifle. Okay, so there's an upgrade. Okay, with a $24 price target. Is this just stifle? Yeah, so raising their price target from 18 to 24 for IDYA. That is, I guess that's the reason for this pop. Don't see any other reason. That's a big pop, like right through the 200-day moving average also. And one of the AI plays, Holo, OLO, continuing its little run from Friday. Don't see any specific news on it. And then, of course, Bed Bath & Beyond, the further demise, making it official, filing Chapter 11 on over the weekend. So there is Bed Bath & Beyond, BBBY. Came within a nickel of Wedbush's 10-cent price target. I can't remember when they put that on. I think it was up way a lot higher. Well, a lot higher, of course. And I thought they were just trolling them, but they almost got down to 10 cents, 15 cents in the pre-market. And I haven't mentioned Coca-Cola, but Coke, if you want to take a look at Coke, KO is an earnings play. KO is an earnings play. It's not a bad little, but it's a huge float. But if you don't mind playing these more expensive ones, high cap stocks. So Frank, yeah, sometimes that happens. I don't know why. People sign up for the trade of the week. Always check your spam, and also if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Okay, so check your spam folder, and also check if you have Gmail, check your promotion folder. We do get people from time to time saying, "Hey, I signed up for the trade of the week, and I'm not getting it." Typically, again, if you check your spam folder, or if you have Gmail, check your promotional folder. Sometimes it goes in there. So the market is basically flat right now. We've had a little run. Well, actually, it was reasonably negative just down here. This was at 4:30, but ever since 4:30, it's been on a run, and now mildly positive. Market is mildly positive. So this is a big week for earnings, guys. Especially the S&P. I think there's something like 35% of the companies in the S&P are releasing earnings this week. Again, I don't really care about Amazon and Microsoft and all the big guys, but if you do, this is your week. Hardly any earnings plays today, though, before the market opened. I'm just looking. The only one I'm seeing really is PHG. Not that there are, I mean, Coke is another one, but it's just not showing up on my scanner. And the reason being is that, my scanner, I think it has to be up or down at least 3%. So right now, this is only at 1.3% for Coke, KO. All right, let me see if the email is hit on the upgrades and downgrades for me. Yes. Okay, let's take a look at briefing.com. What sort of upgrades and downgrades? Not a big list of either. So let me get them in now. That's a good thing there were no shorts available for me. INAB continues to move higher here. INAB continues to move higher. And yeah, it is really moving, guys. I can hear my text to voice. She keeps saying INAB, INAB. So this is really moving. Okay, there are some of the upgrades. Again, I'm typing all this into our Discord room first, and then I'll paste it into the main room. It's easier for me to do it that way. Oh, somebody's downgrading Microsoft. Well, this INAB is just really ripping here, guys. There's that downgrade for AI from Wolf Research. Okay, let me get them in. What is the float for INAB? I'll tell you what we have. Probably very low. We have 8.6 million. And another site has about 9 million. So it's about 8 to 9 million in the float for INAB. Yeah, so it's a good thing shorts dried up on me. Well, I would have had a stop, but still, I would have had I was really looking to short this. I didn't think it would take out the 200-day moving average, but it certainly has. This is just phase one, guys. I mean, phase one. I would anticipate a fade, but again, I have no shorts available. All right, let's take a look at the sectors and see what's happening. From our toolbar, I'm gonna click on new and then dock channel bar, scroll down to where it says show more, and then sector status. And again, the market is basically flat right now. Okay, so what you're seeing here, so there's XLE, the energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE, 90% in red. What does it mean? It means that 90% of them are down from Friday's close. So energy stocks are weak to begin. And let's see, is there a really strong sector? I don't see anything that's super strong. Not really. Yeah, communications is 75%, but yeah, let's take a look again to see how some of these are performing with regard to their 200-day moving average. So let's take a look at XRT, which was underneath the 200-day moving average, and see if it still is. Yep, still is, still is. Let's take a look at financials. It was getting closer, XLF, getting closer to the 200-day. It just starting to slightly drift away from it, though. That green line is the 200-day moving average. I think those were the two that were below. I think maybe consumer discretionary also was below. No. Okay, look at this. So consumer discretionary actually popped above the 200-day moving average and barely held on Friday. Yeah, so I think those are the only two guys. I think just retail and financials. Those are the only two of the major sectors that are below the 200-day moving average. Yeah, we're talking float though, John. Who put that information is John. We're talking the float for INAV, not the number of shares outstanding. Where you take the float, sorry, you take the shares outstanding, and then you start subtracting what say the C-suiters, and if there are any major funds that own the stock, you subtract all that, and that gets you the float. So that would be the effective number of shares that can be traded on a daily basis. Wow, this is really, I mean, let's take a look left on the weekly chart now. 249 is the next high for INAB. Just phase one, guys. Boy, I wish there were shorts available. I mean, it's just phase one. No, last week I think Hutton put an $8. Is it Hutton who put an $8? Yeah, an $8 price target on them. You have Hutton? That was on the 17th. All right, give me one moment, please. All right, let's see if anything else is sneaking into. I did not mention this at FRSX. Yeah, the little pop up to 3 and then pulled right back down to 2. This has been a pretty active trader, probably a low float. Actually, it's not. It's an Israeli stock, not a low float, 60 million, 60, 60 million. RNA, see RNA anywhere. I have to maybe scroll down. A lot of stock. Look, I mean, this is interesting. Again, I always like this is a bit of a gauge for me. Look at all the stocks that are up at least 10% in the pre-market. This light green on the change from the close, my cutoff is 10%. And this change from the close column here, excuse me, only 4 stocks are down more than 10%. But look at all the stocks that are up more than 10%. So even though the market is basically flat, we're getting a lot of movement in some of these real low floaters. Let's take a look at those 2 Chilean stocks that were beaten up because of the potential nationalization of the lithium industry. So there's ALB. So ALB is trying to have a comeback. Okay, a little bit of a comeback, up 3%, ALB. And the other one was SQM. So let's take a look at SQM and maybe the same. Yeah, up 4%. Yeah, so these shares are trading higher amid recent volatility related to Chile. Oh man, where's your proofreader, man? It's not Chile, it's Chile. Nationalizing its lithium industry. Anyway, don't lose sight of UCAR. Let's take a look at UCAR. Yeah, up 20%. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, we don't know what's going to happen, of course, but there was another AI play this morning, but it was a bio or in fact, I could have sworn it was ACON. Unless it was a residual, I could have sworn because I saw a surgical and medical instrument manufacturing. I could have sworn they put something about AI in their press release. I may be wrong. I could have sworn though it was ACON. I'm not seeing it here now though. Oh, it was, wasn't it, Liam? Okay, I thought so. I just don't see it. Ah, here we go. Here we go. Yeah. Healthcare technology company that is leveraging biomarkers and proprietary augmented intelligent algorithms to help physicians. Okay, so it is, I mean, it's a pseudo AI play. There we go. Yeah, thank you, Liam. Yeah. Tempo is an acquisition. I did not see that. Tempo, TMPO. Yeah, I don't see that as a headline for me for Tempo, TMPO. However, but this is on the 27th of March, okay? Announces definitive agreement to acquire, but I don't see anything today. So to acquire, not to be acquired. Boy, this AI is just sinking on that Wolf Research downgrade. Now, I don't know if they were all over them before. If Wolf had been very bullish on them before, I have no idea. But look at this. I mean, that has really hit this stock hard. Good morning, YouTubers. Mike C. Well, if I had shorts available though for INAB, I think this is highly suspect with this phase one pop. But I mean, doesn't matter what I think. It's not. I mean, it's a low flow, but it's not insanely low. It's not like one of these sub 1 million. And this is on. Yeah, well, key area obviously for UCAR is if it can take out 10. The psychological. Still not shortable for me at Interactive Bro. What's only 3 days? This is the third day of trading as UCAR. You've mentioned this SMCI. Is that an earnings play also? SMCI? I don't see it anywhere. Oh, it's here. Okay. Yeah, it's on the. I kept looking for it in the actives up. So this is so SMCI. Yeah. Okay. So this is basically, in theory, it is not a earnings play. They don't release earnings till the second, but basically what they're saying is don't expect good things. All right, yes, the market's about to open. William, my executive secretary, not in, I guess, this morning. 20 seconds to the market opens. Let's have a great start to this trading week, everybody. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. And we are now open. Did I mention next? Yeah. This is the BABA deal, NXPL. This is the BABA deal. NXPL. Yeah, look at Holo go. Holo go. The Holo in the pre-market hit 363, low float, but it is early. Hmm. Oh, I didn't a press release. I didn't put a, price alert for UCAR on that 10 break. Now, FRC guys, FRC has earnings tomorrow. Actually, after hours today. FRC has earnings after hours today. Okay. So a little bit of a pop for it. I can't imagine what people are expecting out of FRC, but PHG earnings play continues to move a little bit higher. PHG out of the Netherlands, right? Yeah. ABR had a ABR had a downgrade. I noticed ABR had a downgrade. And why I don't like trading early. Look at that UCAR. Wow, look at that UCAR. I mean, you might have said Fed. You might have said, okay, over 10. Here we go. And a big giant pullback. Okay, wow. AI is now even approaching its 200-day moving average. 1736. I know it showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown. It's just too early for me to take it. But it is now approaching the 200-day moving average, which is at 1736. Boy, that downgrade by Wolf is just kicking it. People either are not believing that this Trillium or this thing is going to go through. Trillium making a $10 cash offer for Getty, Gety. That popped the stock. It's starting to fade now. That's why you just can't, just because you see a headline like that and you see the stock sitting at 8, you think, why don't I just pile everything I own into it because it's going to be taken out at 10. I don't know if it's going to happen. Yeah, FTech had a bit of a move here. Look at FTech. Wow. Okay, this is shortable for me. FTech is shortable for me. Now, just looking to see, what did it get up to? Got up to 183. There's the high over here, 176. DWAC. Haven't seen BWAC in a long time. What's happening with DWAC? So why would you be watching DWAC? What's the attraction? There's no volume. I mean, I know what DWAC's all about, but I just don't know what's the attraction right now. All right, guys, this NXPL. On that Baba deal, the Baba deal, Alibaba. This must have hit after hours on Friday because look at the pop, 466 after hours. So that news must have come out on Friday after the market and was basically republished this morning. I know it's showing up on my 10-day daily breakout, and I know I've said maybe I should take one of these early. Boy. Well, I almost got it, but I didn't quite get it, the NXPL. I thought I'd take I hate to call it rule breaking, but I don't like to trade in the first 15, but I didn't get my fill for NXPL. Ooh, look at this action on the SPY, guys. Wow. It's big action right here. So that's been a big recovery since 8 o'clock, or sorry, 4:45 this morning, Eastern time. Oh man, I missed this by pennies. Yeah, NXPL halted. Usually the good halt. When I say the good halt, usually the first halt isn't bad. Boy, look at this Getty. I mean, it's just absolutely have to hammer this point home. Just because you see a press release saying that a company is going to be acquired for $10 in cash, and you think, and the stock's sitting around, 7 to 8 after popping up to 10, you just don't think that, okay, I'll just, it's a done deal. Don't do that to me, William. I had a, I just was taking a sip of coffee. It almost spilled all over my keyboard when you said that. Getty was positively mentioned by Kramer, hence the sell-off. Ah, another one that just ripped here. Okay, tomorrow. IDYA, guys, 1888 was the alert on my 10-day daily breakout, 1888. And this is, wow, what a break here. The high right there on the weekly chart is 1914, and it got up to 1942. FSLY, Fastly. Haven't seen this one for a while. This is usually a fairly active trader when it has earnings. Has earnings next week, May the 3rd. Saw this in the pre-market, APLT. Ah, this is what's happened. I keep looking over here thinking, why is it repeating here? I've let me just move this one over here. There we go. Again, this DR stands for don't repeat. So this is the first time you see the alert, and you can kind of go back in time and say, okay, what happened from the very first time we saw the alert? So there's the ACON had the alert at 129 right when the market opened. Okay. Again, way too early for me to take a trade, but again, if you're less conservative than I am, ACON 129, it's at 159 now. It's a great percentage move, of course. Yeah, good one on the FRC. I mean, this is a interesting. I mean, I don't know if people thinking FRC is going to have what they're going to say when they release their earnings after hours today, that we're not going bankrupt. Other than that, I don't expect they're going to have stellar earnings, but maybe not as bad as projected. All right, guys. 9:43, a couple of minutes, then I'll really start looking hard at some of these things that have popped or alerted us. IDYA, guys, I think I'm just making a new high. I believe it is anyway, IDYA. Maybe I'm wrong. 1942. So we had the alert from the 10-day daily breakout at 1888. It popped up to 1947, pulled back, trying to hold 19. And again, the next high looking left on the weekly is 1914. So, not talking about today's high, of course. So it takes out that 1914 level again, and it could run. This is the one that I think has a $24 price target put on it by Stifel. ACON guys just got halted, but on the way down, yeah, halted on the way down. NXPL was halted on the way up. I'm sorry, it resumed. Wow, got halted at 426. Did it pop off that? Not much. Usually that first halt isn't bad. Well, let's see if it recovers and gets over 420. Well, I'm going to put an alert around 4 for this one, just underneath 4. NXPL. Usually that first halt is reasonable. When I say reasonable, usually first halt, and then usually there's a pop after the first halt, but not in this case. Well, this MCRB is just giving it up, guys. It's now gone negative in a pretty choppy day trading. Want to look at the topping tails and bottoming tails on the daily chart for MCRB. HIMS, new high, HIMS, new high just today, or is it taking out? It's been on a roll since its earnings, I believe. Actually, it's not earnings. I can't remember what happened here. Maybe they pre-released, or they're saying, hey, we look it's looking good when we do release on the 8th. Hard to keep these things straight. So the VWAP is 1196 for HIMS, and it's trying to hold it. So seeing riot here, it must mean that Bitcoin's had a bit of a pop this morning. All right, guys. So 9:49. Now I can really take a hard. Okay, GRI. This must be okay, guys. This is must be an IPO. Is this an IPO or a SPAC? I can't quite tell. You know what? This is a SPAC. Must be a SPAC that turned into GRI. You can tell it's not an IPO because it was trading in the pre-market as GRI, so it must be a SPAC. And now Valen Pharmaceuticals and GRI Bio conclude their business combination, completes the merger. So maybe it's not a SPAC exactly. Anyway, now trading as GBI or GRI, sorry, GRI. Absolutely. Is there a way to trade in the same within trade ideas itself? That's the whole idea of it. So you have to have our downloadable application, okay? But just load Brokerage Plus, click on new from our toolbar, click on Brokerage Plus, okay? Then click on Brokerage Plus. The screen should show up. Next thing is just click on, let me just move this down just a bit. Click on SIM underneath Brokerage Plus. Click on sim. That not connected will turn to account. Okay, and then click on account and trading simulated default shows up, and now you're in the simulator. Now you can do what you want. Again, this is just a long term, a long time short I've got on GME in the simulator. Okay, Zen, did you follow that, or did I go too quickly? Now you just click on an alert, and the symbol will show up. And here's your quantity box. You can either put in a specific amount or choose something from the predetermined ones, and then pick where you want to trade it and all that. Oh, okay. So pick sim. Okay, and then so let's go back. I'll get out of the sim. I'll disconnect. Okay, so you pick sim, click on sim. That not connected will turn to account. Click on sim, and that not connected will turn to account. All right, click on account, and then a little box will pop up saying simulated trading default. Now you're in the simulator. The reason I don't stay in the simulator all day long is because it really starts to slow down my system. So that's why I do not. Yeah, just let me know. I mean, it's pretty simple once you're in the simulator. Click on a symbol, the symbol shows up in the box. Again, here's your shares box. Here's your bid ask. Market is still very robust here. Ah, so they did an offering. Why did they do an offering already? UCAR. Well, is that really an offering or just a closing of the IPO? I don't know. This is not a new offering, is it? It's just the closing of the IPO. Wow, look at NLST now, guys. NLST. Let me see what the bid ask is for this one. Interactive Pro IB. Yeah, it's just weird. And I don't think it's at 558 right now. I don't know what's going on with NLST. I see it. I'm gonna have to steer clear of it. I mean, I see 535, 559 on the bid ask. I mean, looking at another chart, I see $6 on another chart, and we have it at 562. So I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I know the news on NLST. I know yeah, it's a patent infringement award, 300 million, 308 or whatever, against Samsung, which I'm sure is going to be contested, but it's just kind of, I don't know, the bid ask has been kind of crazy this morning. Okay, guys. What's AI doing? Maybe a bounce? Maybe a bounce? Not really. Sort of, but not really. All right, I'm definitely keeping an eye on the IDYA now, holding 19. The high looking left is 1914. It did take that out briefly this morning, got up to 1942, takes out 1940 again, and this could get it on its run. Again, a $24 price target put on them by Stifel. Target raised from 18 to 24, up 26% already. Is that why? Is that why NLST, it's an OTC? I didn't even check. That's the reason. Okay, thank you, Tank. That's the reason then. It's so weird. I think I disabled my ability to trade pink sheet stocks in IB. I do see a quote, but I'm not sure I can trade them. Not that I want to. Hey, TAST. If there's any news on this one, not very much volume, only 213,000 shares so far, but that is 12 times regular, 12 times the normal volume up to this point of the day. They have earnings a couple of weeks from now, May 11th. This one is shortable for me. TAST is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I know the AI is suggesting long, but I don't really care about that. Are you talking about hitting the buy on the chart? Can't do it on the chart like that. If that's what you're talking about, is that what you're talking about, Zen? Okay, you're talking about hitting. Okay, so let's do it. IDYA. Okay. I don't know why it didn't show up here, but I'll just type it in IDYA. Okay, so 100 shares. Let's do 100 shares. A limit order. What's your price? I'll pick 1912 just to see if it fills it in between. Buy and then send. You have to send it also. Oh, I'm not connected. You have to send it also, though. If you didn't, I don't like that, but that's just the way it is. Okay, so now I'll do another limit at 1904. Buy and then send. Maybe you didn't hit the send. Okay, I just did that and it seemed to work. Okay, what's the send? Okay, good. Yeah, I don't like that, but I remember when we first started this, it had just one big buy button and a big sell button, and that was it. I think we've overcomplicated it. But okay, okay, true enough. Is this shortable for me? EYPT, EYPT. Whew, EYPT just really giving up that big gains it had on Friday, the big run it had for about a week and a half. I got all the way up to 1046. This is shortable for me, but I don't want to chase it down yet. That's the EYPT. Hank, you still holding some Stantec? STN? That'll be a US dollar, a US dollar all-time high, 61.61. It's a Canadian dollar all-time high. I can't remember, Tank. Are you in Canada? I'm sorry. I should remember that. I just can't remember though if you're in Canada. You're in Philly, okay. Well, I was looking at short taste, but not yet. Wow, TAST just on the move here, guys. Not very much volume. I don't see any specific reason for it. Hey, oh, Coca-Cola. So it's an earnings play. Coca-Cola is an earnings play. KO, earnings play. Let's see what it's doing. Yeah, barely positive. Yeah, a little flag or something shows up, right? Yeah, a little flag should show up. All right, guys, taste underneath 4 now. I'm really tempted to give this a little short shot. And we have the resumption for ACON, ACON, a resumption. And so ACON came out of its halt and resumed, and now market high, ACON, market high now for ACON. All right, guys, I'm really looking at shorting this taste, TAST. Now the VWAP's at 385, so I mean that might block it, or so I don't know. Yeah, I don't see any news for taste either, TAST. I don't see any. Let me just do another quick check on my IB headline news, see if there's anything. Yeah, I don't see anything. Not going to be anything here. They have earnings coming up about a week and a half, so that's that really it shouldn't be it anyway. I don't think they pre-released or anything like that. So yeah, I don't see any news on it. Okay, the IDYA is just I'm just saying hanging around 19. It's still hanging around 19, but got to take out 1914 to get it running again. I think that's for the IDYA. So ACON halted again, guys. ACON halted again. ACON. There's another one. I don't see any news on it for ACON, ACON. There was news. I'm sorry. There was news on it. You know what's happening is that it's my news, my headline news is still stuck in another symbol. This is call this a pseudo AI play. Well, you mentioned blue earlier. I think that yeah. Look at this. I mean, look at how much it's given up. 382 down to 338. Shoot, this was shortable for me too. Kind of missed. Had a nice pop in the pre-market. Once the market opened, though, it just gave it all up and more. That is correct, Zen. So what I would do though is I would practice in the simulator for a while. Make sure you get accustomed to using it. But yes, if you have an interactive broker's account, you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. What I would do is I would take a look at this. Give me a moment. Before you do it, watch this video, okay? There's two videos. There's a short video showing how you actually connect to your IB account, and then the next video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this, okay? Please do that before you commit money live. Well, guys, I'm still watching this IDYA. I think if it takes out this 1914, I'm going to stick reset my alert, say 1917. I think it has a shot to move higher. If you back this out on the weekly chart, I mean, there's a high way up here. Maybe that's why they put the $24 price target. Stifle that basically the high up here at 24. All right, guys, taste on the way down a little bit here. I've taken a little short on this one, just underneath 4, okay? Watch as it popped over 4 and waited on this one. So I'm in a short now. The big issue is, is it going to stall at the VWAP? That's the big issue. 386. If we can get through this VWAP here, right there at 386. And again, not a ton of volume. But what I liked about it, well, obviously breaking underneath 4, but also the spread was good. Only a penny. Spread was only a penny. Wow, Acon, guys. So Acon, the next high looking left for on that weekly chart is around 250. And this showed up on the 10-day daily breakout, but it's halted again. Is that right? It's halted again. Wow. Tanya. Remember Tanya from Friday or all last week? There's Tanya, TNYA, Tanaya. And it is still on the way here. So that high on Friday was 607. So it is just underneath that high of 607 for TNYA. Just watching the taste here. I'm in at 397. So if it gets back up there, I'm out. It's on the short for the TASTs. It's waiting to see if it can break down through the VWAP. Okay, guys, there's the IDYA now. Hopefully it didn't run too much for me. Okay, this is really interesting. IDYA, the issue right now is the spread. 1911, 1925 on the bid ask. Not good. Here's the ZVSA. So it is starting to move. Where was the first alert? 219 at 237 now. ZVSA market high. 915 high was 241. Huge pullback though. I mean, from the high in the pre-market, 420 all the way back down to underneath two. Starting to run now though. And that's the ZVSA. And I can't see if I had any news on this one. Yeah, they added some guy to its inflammatory disease scientific advisory board. Okay, so maybe that guy's got some notoriety within the sector. Low float, 2.2 million in the float. So the question is, okay, so if there are no shares available to borrow or are they hard to borrow, what should a trader take away from that info? Now, understanding that every broker could be different. I mean, interactive brokers could have 1 million shares of something and your broker may not have any, okay? But let's just assume though that for many brokers, it doesn't matter what stock we talk about. If there aren't a lot of shares available, then just think of it this way, then there's no downward pressure about people able to short the stock. Doesn't mean the stock's going to keep moving higher, but at least you don't have to, if you're thinking about going long and you check to see. But again, just because your broker doesn't have shorts available, it doesn't mean that's the case for all brokers. Now, with some of the newer issues, typically most brokers will not have shorts available. But that's what I take away from it. I mean, if there are not a lot of shorts available, widespread, then you don't, and you want to go long something, well, at least you don't have to worry about people piling in and shorting it. And conversely, you want to go short something and you see that there are lots and lots of shares available in your broker and maybe widespread. You won't know widespread though, obviously. But let's put it this way. If I show like 2 million shares available in interactive brokers to short something, I would think then that most brokers will have shorts available. Though we found, what was the one? I can't remember the one on Friday where there was like 1 million shares at IB and you guys, somebody was saying none at either Fidelity or E-Trade. It was kind of weird. Just waiting on this short, guys, on the TAST to see if it can take out that VWAP. So for instance, for the TAST at Interactive Brokers, there are 3.38 million shares available. So I would look at that and think, okay, there's got to be a lot of shorts available at most brokers. Look at the Acon. Wow, what a Look at the 10-day daily breakout at 2. I could not get it there. I think it got halted almost immediately. Now it's at 233. Let's take a look at the ZVSA, see if it's moving. So there's the alert at 251. So it's basically there. Okay, guys, I'm picking myself out of the taste short, basically flat. I'll take a look at it later if it takes out the VWAP. Probably should have waited for a VWAP break, but sort of it was at the top of a channel, so I thought, okay. All right, is this holding the VWAP? ZVSA, there's the VWAP at 247, so it's a little bit below it. Let's see if I can pop through it again. I wouldn't mind taking this one just because of what it did in the pre-market. 421, got all the way up here. And see if it has a run. Low float, 2.2 million in the float. HTHT, let's take a look at HTHT. This is a 20-day low. And so you can see what's happened on the daily chart. A weekly chart, the next low is 44. So there's a little bit of room, little bit of room. All right, PA. Why is this moving down? There's something wrong here. Our ARVL just showing up here. ARVL. Next high looking left is around 3, so that might be too far away, or not that far enough away, I should say. All right, so TNYA just showed up on the 10-day daily breakout also, and let's take a look left where the next highs are. Yeah, look at that spread, 603, 614. That's a tough spread. High last week was 607 for TNYA, so it's basically right there. Okay, ZVSA is trying to come back now, guys. ZVSA trying to, no, maybe not. When I saw it, it was up back up almost at that 250 mark. But is yeah, I mean 245, 247. The alert was at 251. That's what I'm talking about in my 10-day daily breakout. And now, well, right at the VWAP. 246 is the VWAP. So let's see if I can take it out. All right, so here's one below the VWAP right now. VTRS below the VWAP, 930, just below, maybe challenging it. But if the challenge is, if it doesn't get through it, where's the next low looking left? Other than today, well, 9. So it doesn't have a lot of room, unfortunately. Hoping for more room. All right, Case is getting me interested again. PAST getting me somewhat interested again. But there's the VWAP. Actually went up by a penny, I think, 387 from 386. So stick an alert right here, 385. See if it takes it out. Couple of topping tails now. You know, the buyers have been trying to move it higher. Sellers knocked it down. Buyers try again. Sellers are somewhat in control. See if there's any memers involved with Bed Bath and Beyond. See if this has had any sort of a balance. No, not really. Why aren't the Holly trades entering? I don't know what you mean, Siri. Why, when you say why aren't the Holly trades entering? You're not getting any from your strategy trades all. There are 3 of them today. Where are you looking to try to see them? To see them, just click what I do anyway. Just click on new and then a premium AI strategy trades window. Okay. Now, did you close trade ideas down over the weekend? Did you? I'm going to say this all. I should say this every single day. Please close trade. I'm not saying you didn't, but Siri. But please close trade ideas down every single evening. Okay, because we do a lot of database work in the wee hours of the evening, and that can we get people saying, "How come this didn't happen? How come?" Well, and then we look, and they haven't closed down trade ideas, not just for that night, but for weeks. But anyway, so what's happening when you do this? Strategy trades all. Click on new, premium AI strategy trades window. You should see 3 trades. You should see 3 alerts. And there's no auto trade. Don't auto trade the AI if that's what you're talking about. So my question really is, do you not see these 3 alerts that happen? Okay, then if you see the trades, then it's working. Yeah, but are you trying to auto trade them, Siri? Are you trying to auto trade them? Do not auto trade the AI. I'm going to say it again. We're actually removing that ability, but any word on QS? QS. Let's take a look at QS. Quantum scape. Didn't really see this in the pre-market. It was just chopping around. Yeah, I don't know if there's any news on it. Looks like 8 will block it. Yeah, so a Siri, there could be a bunch of reasons why. I mean, it could be your limit offset is not, I can't tell you why it's if you're, but again, we do not recommend auto trading the AI. Okay, it could be a lot of reasons though. I mean, could be your limit offset prevented it from acting on the trade. All right, guys. But I'll tell you what, I mean, if you want to have somebody dig into it, you can send your, just click on help and send files to support, okay? And somebody will take a look. But again, we're not going to support auto trading very much, other than auto trading your own strategy. So when you say how to symbol link, are you talking about auto trading? No, I'm only going to repeat it again. We're not going to support auto trading the AI. But when you say how to symbol link, what do you mean by that exactly? You have to enact, but I don't even want to go over it because we're not going to support auto trading. But so you're just talking in general, how to symbol link? Okay. So with our charts, really there are only two options. If you right click on a chart and click on properties, one of the options is symbol linking, okay? So if you check symbol linking, then when I click on an alert, these are all checked. The weekly, daily, and 15-minute charts are all checked. So when I click on an alert, these will all change to holo, okay? Whatever symbol okay? And the SPY is unchecked. So that's why the SPY remains, okay? So again, right click on a chart, go to properties. One of the options is symbol linking. If you check symbol linking, then when you click on any symbol, the chart will change. And of course, if you check the symbol linking for as many charts as you want, all these charts will change. Does that answer your question? Well, that was ugly. That ZVSA was definitely ugly. At a little pop, but so what I'm going to do is just stick an alert again back up to the original alert price in the 10-day daily breakout. Maybe it happens later on in the day just because of the float. Maybe it happens. And now we're getting a bit of a red bar now in the SPY. So a little disconnect. We've got the Dow up a little, Nas is down a little, SPY is basically flat, but a red bar showing up right now, the 1030 candle. CMAX, haven't seen, I don't know if I've ever seen this one before. CMAX 246 was the alert. CareMax, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure I've ever seen this one before, really. However, it looks like there could be some resistance. Certainly, maybe 274, but certainly it looks like at three. Look at that daily chart. Look at all the action right around three. That looks like there could be some resistance. And this one is shortable for me. Lots of shares, 361,000 at Interactive Brokers. See if there's any, I don't see any news on it. It has earnings on the 10th. Where's that VWAP? 221. So it's way above the VWAP, guys, way above it. Continues to inch its way up. CMAX. So the first, I may be completely wrong, but I mean, it looks like there's got to be some big resistance right around 290. You look at the daily chart, look at all the action around 290. Take a look at Nova. Kishore is mentioning Nova, big flyer from last week. Had finally the pullback on Friday. Yeah, right up to 1935, closed down here at 18. That's a pretty big drop. As you mentioned, 1843 is the VWAP, so it's trying to hold the VWAP. That would have been an awesome short right from here, 19 down to 18, basically straight down. That was on Friday for Nova. Boy, AI underneath 18 now. AI, that what happened here? Whoa, GME, my favorite, underneath 20 again. All right, guys, what time is it? 10:42. So let's talk briefly about what you'll find on my homepage. All right, so on my homepage, you will find obviously a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. Look at the EYPT on the way down, guys. EYPT. So here's a promo code you can use, Barry 15 for 15% off. The first 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. You click on Get Trade Ideas. You'll see we have 4 plans available. Of an annual monthly premium standard. Annual premium is 2,000. Annual standard is 1,000, less the 15%. But you should try monthly first. Don't commit to an annual unless you absolutely know you want the product. 118, 228 standard monthly, less the 15% for the first month only. You maintain a monthly subscription. This is what you pay going forward. Now I can offer a 25% discount if you have a monthly right now, or yeah, if you have a monthly right now and you want to go to an annual. The big difference is the our daily watch list, as I now call it. Okay, the daily watch list that is created. So that's where I'm seeing the taste. Still think I want to short that one if it breaks down through 30 to 385. Now, if you do take out a subscription, you must do the Let's Get Started. Okay, the Getting Started. 10 short videos running you through your download and install, your first startup and login, etc. If you're brand new to trading, or you're relatively new to trading, or maybe you're looking for a refresher, Trading 101, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. This is a free course. Daily Stock of the Day video that I do, it is free. You can sign up for it right there. Trade of the Week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. How is it doing? It is Ion Q. Ion Q, let's see what it's doing. The suggested entry was 627. Did it actually trigger? Yeah, it did trigger. It did trigger. So, I mean, if you took it, but there's a stop. I don't know what the stop was, but it's possible that that has been stopped out. I'm just looking here. That's where I would probably place my stop, the low of these two candles, but it's up to you. I don't know I can't remember what the email said about the stop. The education section. So if you click here on the education section, the big user guide. Again, here is the getting started. You should know what an alert window is, what a top list window is. I would look about stock racing. I'll go over the stock race that you're seeing here. I will also concentrate on looking at how to create a price alert on a chart. I think it's very important. Getting started again. So daily support session. So today is Monday. Now I'm not sure Chris is going to be doing it today, but anyway, whoever does it, I'll make sure I'll pass that on. Who is doing the support? Between 12 and 1, I take a break. Between 12 and 1 Eastern time, I take a break. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room, and I'll verify whether it's Chris today or not. And before I do take my break, I'll put the YouTube link into the room, the main room, so you can head over and listen to whoever it's going to be. And last, here are my scans. So again, if you click on my homepage link, you have to scroll down, and then here you'll see my scans. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. This is the race that I am displaying, the large cap gainers. I have another race that you can take a look at. And my favorite scans right here, the 10-day daily breakout and breakdown. These are my two favorite ones. Doesn't have to be your favorites, but those are my favorites. And the momentum scan, that's basically what you see here, the Momo up. That's this momentum scan. So if you want my scans, here they are. So if you do take out a subscription, I would appreciate it if you use my home page, click on my home page, and then use this code. And if you save my home page link, then of course you can take a look at my scans anytime you want and the education section. Ooh, taste, guys, is just about at that VWAP. Will it hold it again this time, or will it move down below it? We've now got a series of topping tails here, and the market. I don't think this is not following the market really, but there's no news. We could not find any news for this one. TAST, why it's moving higher. Could not find any news. You're looking for maybe some analyst is putting a price target on them. Can't see any news. It's had a great run though, 3 week run. Though last or 2 weeks ago though, that was okay. You know what? The only issue is, I mean, how far down can it go? Yeah, I might just forget about it because I mean, I'm looking left here on that on the 15-minute chart. There's the low right there at 375. So, it may not have that much more to go down. So I may just forget about it. I should have looked at that earlier. I thought there was more room for it to move. Yeah, so with Siri, I don't what I do is I create the individual scans that you can take a look at. Okay. I do have the single stock window that if you like this, I do have the Halts resumes and I have the momentum up, just the momentum up. And I do have this one, this, so all as individual. Okay. You can kind of pick and choose which ones you want. The chart's up to you. I mean, not everybody wants a weekly, daily, 15, or even the SPY. So, I mean, that's really up to you. But I am sharing the momentum up. I'm sharing the Halls resumes. I am sharing my single stock window, and I'm sharing the large cap gainers from the open. Just have to go to my home page. Okay. Go to my home page and scroll down until you see the scans. So, there's the large cap gainers. There's the momentum scan up here. And I'm sharing other scans. Of course, there's a single stock window if you want it, and here is the Halts resumes. I do it this way because not everybody wants everything that's on in my layout. So you just kind of pick and choose what you might like. And I'm also sharing other scans that you can't see that are other monitors. This is my number one favorite scan, the breakout and the breakdown. Boy, look at this one. This one really ripped. I sort of saw it. Seabridge Gold, SA. There was the original alert at 1341 at 9:48 Eastern, and an hour later, got up to 14. I don't know if gold plays are still alive here. I mean, gold was so. Take a look at gold GLD. Yeah, got up to here 190, so pulling back a little bit. All right, next ZGN. Ooh, this has got some room. 1360. Got a little bit of room. ZGN, Zegna. Fashion company. Very few Italian companies on the exchange, but this one is ZGN. Well, Taste did finally break down through the VWAP, but I just don't like how much where it could stall, in my opinion. I mean, it may take it out this right down here, but maybe it goes negative. But well, this EYPT still has a little bit of room underneath, about a dollar. Well, not quite a dollar. $6 looks like the low of Friday. So it's at 691 right now. Look at the Taste now. Well, I think the attraction of it really was the fact that it had absolutely zero news that we could find anyway. So nothing really to sustain it, the Taste, TAST. Yeah, so it looks like there's pretty decent resistance for this ZGN at just about 20 cents away. So maybe not enough room. I mean, if it pops through that, yeah, I'm just not, just don't see enough room for me to take this trade as ZGN. But this Perry looks perilously close to giving up that VWAP, 35.87, 35.75 right now. It is negative. It's a Israeli stock. Only mention, when I talk about countries because they may trade a little bit differently than just a pure US based stock. But May 3rd has earnings. This may track them. Well, no, maybe not. This is the opening candles, or that's 15-minute. Yeah, that's the opening candle. So it's not tracking the market so much because there's the opening SPY candle, which was big green. All right, guys. So keep an eye on this Perry. It's 35.87 is the VWAP, so it's sitting at 35.80. The low was down here about $1.40 away. So let's see if it takes up the VWAP and starts to move back down. And that's the PERI. Yeah, AUPH was showing up here. I saw that. AUPH in the racing. Just one moment, please. Well, let's go over the races and just explain what you're seeing here. And of course, you can create your own races. All races start off from a top list window. Okay. So if I right click on the race and open the top list, not very many stocks meeting these filter requirements today. Okay. So right now, this why a stock is in here must meet these filter requirements. So the price has to be between 10 and 50, 500,000 minimum shares traded, up 2% from the close, 500 million market cap minimum, and 50 million in the float minimum. Okay. Now, typically this is full, but the day that we're having today, those are the only stocks meeting the filter requirements. Now, before we had races, what you would use a top list for is basically just to rank things. In other words, if I wanted to see in this particular list the stocks that were up the most from Friday's close, as long as I had that as a heading, the change from the close, then I can double left click and I can sort it on that basis. I want to see the ones that are up the most from the opening price. Again, I could just double left click. As long as I have the heading up here, I can do that sort. So right now, FRC up 10% from the open. But how do you how are you going to use this information to trade? So that's where the races do come in. So you notice I'm running 4-minute races. Again, this is all customizable. I've chosen a 4-minute race. That's just the way, I started when we introduced the race concept, I picked 4 minutes and I've just sort of stuck with it. So we're 1 minute into this race. So what you see here is when the race started, all stocks, start off just like any other race, the same position. Whatever stock is moving the most, you're going to see at the top of the leaderboard. So it doesn't matter if this stock is up the most from the open or up the most from the close or whatever. It just all it cares about is what stock is moving. Let me open that top list again, and I'll sort on that. So, for instance, this lithium, the LTHM down here, okay? What if all of a sudden it started to move? Remember, right now it's up 0.5% from the open, but what if for whatever reason that it turns into 1%, 2%, 5%, starts to move up? You would never really be able to track that, especially if this list was a lot bigger. Okay, maybe it's a little easier when it was a short list like this, but when the list is a lot bigger, you couldn't really tell what stock is moving. So that again is where the race comes in. So it doesn't matter if a stock is near the top here, and the change from the open when you're sorted it like this, as long as it's moving the most, you're going to see it at the top. So some stock down here could all of a sudden be starting to move. And that's what the race is all about. And what happens is that it automatically creates a top 10 list for you to watch. Because what happens is that if a stock wins a race, what you see here, FRC, and you see an 8 beside it, that means FRC won 8 races today. FTI won 2, etc. Now this race here is not a super volatile race. What I mean by that is the other race that I am sharing on my homepage, you will see some moves of 5, 10, 15, sometimes even 20%. Okay, very volatile. But of course, with a volatile move up, you can have an equally or more volatile move down. So this is why I display this now instead of the other one. This is a little, especially if you're new to trading. This is, I mean, nothing's easy, but this is, they're not as volatile. And then it gives you, why I like this idea, if you're new to trading, is it gives you a top 10 list to watch all day. Okay, to concentrate on all day. So for instance, PHG. So click on it. See what it looks like on the chart. So you may look at this and go, if this takes up maybe the high of the day or pulls back to a certain moving average or to the VWAP or something, you might look at this and go, I want to know. So I'll put an alert here. What is this, the 15-minute candle? Yeah, that's the opening candle. So I'll put an alert here at 21.99 and see if it takes out the high of the day. And if that appeals to you, or maybe if it was dropping and maybe there's the VWAP is underneath or a moving average that you like, and so you put an alert down here. Okay, so all sorts of ways to, just because if you miss it, just click on the alert and see if it, sets up at certain areas that you like later on. Here's AUPH. I mean, again, I'm not saying that these, every one of these is ideal to trade, but you won't know until you click on it. But what it does is it just gives you a nice finite number of stocks to watch. Is the chat closed after 8:42 a.m.? How do I answer that question? You talking Eastern? Well, I mean, obviously it's not. I mean, if you're talking Eastern time, I mean, it's open. So I don't know how to answer that question exactly. If you're talking 8:40, I mean, you're in the chat, so it's obviously, I call it the trading room. It's obviously not closed. So what time zone are you talking about? This is open from, I open the main room no later than 8 a.m. Okay. I don't get on the mic though until 9. And we have a YouTube room also. They see me, or they see my screen and they hear me. It's exactly basically the same. And I go to about 3:20 p.m. All Eastern time. So Acon now halted on the way down. Acon, ACON, halted on the way down. Wow, look at AI just, ah, no shorts available. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. I think there were available earlier, but none now. Now AI is coming into a really interesting area here of the 200-day moving average, 1736, about 30 cents away, less than 30 cents away, 35 cents away. I can do the math. Okay, so Slacken, did I answer your question? Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, they're available. Well, they were available earlier. I'm pretty sure. Interactive Broker. They just got snapped up. What's the fee at Centerpoint for AI right now? Well, that's not bad. On my homepage of Siri. I didn't I explain all that? All you have to do is click on my homepage link. I'll do it again. Okay, click on my homepage link. I'm sorry, not that link. Not that link. I guess it was that link. Okay, so click on my homepage link, and when you do, you'll be at the top here. Just scroll down until you get to my scan section, and there it is. The large cap gainers, some of the open. Okay, everything's like all the races. Well, virtually everything you see here. except for the momentum down and all, but I've explained how you can easily create something like that. But here again, Hulse resumes. Here's my single stock window. Here's the race, the large cap gainers. Okay, right there. Okay. All right. Let's see what time is it now? 11:09. So things have settled down quite a bit here. This ZGN did not move at all. Okay, so there's a green bar ignored actually on the SPY on the 15-minute chart. Green bar ignored. So this is looking a little bleaker and bleaker. Look what CERE did. CERE. Look what it did. Right to the penny. I think it got to the, excuse me, it's 200-day moving average. Almost to the penny. 28.80 is a 200-day. I'm sorry, 28.80 was the high for the day, and 28.85 is the 200-day. And that just stopped it right in its tracks. Look at AI, son of a. That's it. I'm switching to center point. Here's another one just kind of hanging around the VWAP. IDYA, if this doesn't, I mean, this has a $24 price target put on it by Stifel. I think that's the only reason for the, oh, and here's another one, up to $40 from who? Guggenheim, from 32 to 40. Stifel went from, I think it was 18 to 24. So there's some pretty aggressive price targets being put on this IDYA. And we have Oppenheimer. They have a target of 30. Well, Wedbush, they have a target of 35. So a lot of brokers are interested in this one. Not brokers, but investment firms, whatever you want to call them. So, I mean, there is a reason, I guess their phase two study also, it was successful, I suppose. So, I mean, that is the reason, I guess, why these brokers are piling into this one now. Brokers, the investment firms are piling into this. They're putting all these lofty price targets on it. I mean, this is what we saw in the pre-market, just the Stifel one, $24, but now a lot of other guys have come in, other firms have come in. Now, again, just because these firms are putting these price targets on, doesn't mean it's going to get there. I'm not 100% sure about that regarding Centerpoint, and I don't know if it's available in Canada. I know Trade Zero is available in Canada, but and so they have, they seem to have a pretty decent short inventory also. Okay, guys, INAB on the run again. INAB just made another new high for the day. INAB, and it just showed up. It actually just showed up on the 10-day daily breakout. Okay, so it's hanging around that three mark. Now what, so it looks like the next high looking left on the weekly chart is about 340-ish or so. So it's got a little bit of room. Low float, 8 million in the float. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Probably, usually when a stock is a low float, not a lot of shorts available, probably in most brokerages. You're not going to find millions. I'm sure Centerpoint has them, but all right, stick an alert up here around 309 for the INAB and see if it takes it out later on. Huge volume, of course, 83 million have traded, 8.6 million in the float. So this is easily going to trade the float. Could trade it 15 times today. I mean, it's almost at 10 times. And let's see, we've got some price targets. $12 price target. Mizuho receives a buy from them. And this, I think, was phase one. Is that right? Phase one trial. Yeah. Well, okay, guys. Let's see. I'm just looking to see if there's anything else interesting. ARVL, what did it do after that original alert at 267? Yeah, not much. Boy, that AI is just, this is probably one of the better days that I've seen in terms of pattern for AI. Not super choppy. I mean, there's the opening candle, the 930 candle. Yes, it popped up. Yes, it was down. But after that, look how orderly it's been. Normally we see this sort of action, that opening candle, we can see that all day long. I'm not saying it's going to be like this for the whole day, but this is about as orderly as you can get with this one anyway, AI. Give me a moment, guys. Just checking a report here. Okay, well, the first little green candle for AI in a bit. See if there's went from 1743 up to 1775. So a lot of these now that have showed up that maybe didn't move that much, I would be watching them in the afternoon, okay? And so the INAB and the Tanya, I would be watching them in the afternoon to see if they break out again. Afternoon meaning, 1 o'clock onwards, Eastern time. Ooh, I wish I'd seen this one a little bit earlier. The FRC. I mean, this has earnings after hours, but I don't think anybody thinks they're going to come out and say, we had a fabulous quarter. I guess what they're hoping for is we're not going to go bankrupt. Maybe we didn't do as badly as people thought on this side. Yeah, FRC. But when that took out that VWAP, 1553, it's my bad. I should have put an alert in that area. Oh, AMPH. What room does this one have? AMPH underneath the VWAP, 4172. Well, way underneath it. Okay. That was a while back. Okay, guys. Wow, TNYA. I mean, there's some little topping tails here. Okay, TNYA on the weekly chart, the next high. Looks like, yeah, we have 644 and then 7 on the weekly chart for TNYA. Just continuing just a great move. So it's basically doubled in the 3 days plus say 3.5 days, a double. All right, let's keep an eye on this EYPT. I mean, it's there's the VWAP 738. It's over 7. Will it get close and then move back down again? Or will it pop through? We don't know, of course. No way to predict what's going to happen, but another one that's just had a tremendous run. Yeah, thank you, Cyber. I never really think about that. Leaving a like in the in YouTube. Okay, guys, just give me a moment. I'm just trying to find something. Here we go. Trying to find load something. Okay, there's the VWAP for LTHM at 2136, so it's close. All right, guys, give me a moment here. It's 11:27. I'll be back in about 2 or 3 minutes. All right, I'm back. Yeah, I guess you can't see my screen. Hermes. Just put myself on mute for a couple of minutes. Look at tempo. TMPO underneath $1 now. So that was a much ado about nothing. TMPO. I don't think I saw any specific reason for this one. Yeah, I mean, this got all the way up to, I mean, that's just terrible. I mean, all the way up to almost $2. Now it's under $1 again. TMPO. Ugly. All right, I'm just going to confirm that it'll be Chris in our YouTube room in about half an hour while I take my break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. Oh, look at taste now. Well, I guess I just held it, but now this is interesting. I mean, will it go negative? Looks like it's it looks like it's going to go negative. TAST. Just give me one moment, please. All right, sorry about that. Okay, so you're asking about INAB. Well, INAB, I mean, I've got a price alert set around 309. Okay, the high there. Even if it takes it out though, I mean, I don't, it's got a little bit of room to 336. So this may not, I mean, it's a very poor looking weekly chart. So I don't have a lot of faith, even if it takes out this 310. I know it's on the 10-day daily breakout, but okay, this one, the VWAP, so 2136 LTHM, just hanging around that VWAP, just hanging around it, guys. All right, let's see if this has any move at all. I mean, there's the highs up here, 2163 for the LTHM. May not have a lot of room, but trying to get through that VWAP. 2136 is the VWAP. MGRX, let's take a look at MGRX from Blaine. Yeah, another one, VWAP. Again, just now this one, yeah, this is a dicey one. I mean, this got up to 320 on Friday, closed way down here, basically half. Maybe struggling maybe to recover a little bit of this, but I don't remember. I can't remember what happened here. What was the reason for this one to move up? I'm trying to link the three charts. It's not working. Okay. Again, if you right click on a chart, so when you right click on a chart and you go to properties, do you not see the symbol linking option? A Siri? The symbol linking option? Okay. So you see there are only two options right here. Either unchecked or checked. Like, never mind this. I mean, I know there's a link to, it should say link to all though. I guess that's the only other, I never thought of that. Make sure it does say link to all. Okay, so on the symbol linking, there's another little, it's hard to see. Let me do it over here. So that should say link to all. It's possible that that is not checked. Okay. I mean, the default is that it's checked, but maybe you, I don't know, maybe you did something before and unchecked it or went to another color. Like, I don't want to get into the colors, but does it say link to all checked? And that's just a matter of, again, hovering over symbol linking, this box should automatically pop up. So does it say link to all? Get to your question in a minute, Nanish. Or, sorry, Nanesh. I move away from my microphone. Okay, so was that the issue? That wasn't checked, something else was checked? And now at that point, I mean, it should work. Just make sure you check the symbol linking, and now on the charts that you want to be connected, and that should work. Okay, good. Okay, I'm trying to use trade ideas to generate historical data. I have a strat window in which I apply the time frame, but it repeats the alerts on historical data and limits that data I can. Okay, so there's a little trick. So what you're trying to do is something like this, I think. Let me Let me get the momentum up. There's usually a lot of, so I'm just going to duplicate into a free floating window. So what you're saying is if you do a history and today, what you don't want to see is everything repeating. Is that right? Okay. So a little trick. So let me get back to real time. So before you do the history, right click and properties, go to properties. So right click, go to properties and then view mode. Okay, view mode. Now, the obvious, I shouldn't say the obvious one, but the default is newest first. And that's typically what people want, of course, because you'll see the latest one right at the top over and over and over again. Okay. But if you click on group and sort by and keep newest symbol descending, just I'll leave this up here and then say okay. Now watch. Right click, history, today. Now you will see the same symbol at the very beginning, but watch what happens. Okay. Now it stops. And then you can sort on the time. Did you get that? So it's all about the group and sort by. Then you'll only see the symbol the first time. I can do it again if that didn't if I went too fast. Probably I can't guarantee that though. I mean, because it still has to go through all of the symbols before it only shows you the first one or the first time. I can't guarantee it. Depends how active your alert window is. Okay. Yeah, so if it's, I mean, all you can do is try, okay, and see what happens. I mean, again, you will have a limitation because you saw what happened. It'll show it initially, like all the repeating, and then it'll just sort the way you want it to, just to show you the first time it happened. All you can do is try. All right, so here's the LTHM. I mean, it's through the 200, it's through the VWAP again. Now, this is a lithium play, and of course, lithium is very in the news right now. Now, this is not a Chilean company, but I love it. Elon Musk says lithium is common everywhere, and Chile's economy minister politely corrects him. And of course, this is all to do with the fact that the Chilean government is looking to perhaps nationalize the lithium industry or sector, which affects these two companies, not LTHM, but SQM and ALB. But of course, it's got to go through their Congress. So there's no, just because he wants to, as the prime minister or president of Chile, sorry, the president, doesn't mean it's going to happen. All right, well, here's your INAB, guys. So INAB is now making another move. Wow, a big move here. Ooh, I'm going to get rid of some of these. Now it's up to you. I'm not telling anybody to take this trade, but it is definitely in an interesting area now. We have that low float, 8.6 million in the float. Whoa, Fox and Fox A. Look at this. Look at this one. Fox and Fox A starting to. Whoa. Are you serious? Are you serious? Wow. Holy smokes. That's big news, guys. Tucker Carlson leaving Fox. Now, is he leaving on his own accord or is he being booted? Wow. Now that's breaking news. No, I'm going to delete that, Mr. Grumpus. A little too political. That is finally some breaking news. It is truly breaking news in this day of everything being breaking news. Now, is this to do with, obviously the lawsuit and all that? I wonder. I don't know. Yeah, I'm going to keep deleting. Does this get halted on the way down yet? Not at all. I'm surprised it's not halted on the way down. It's funny, Taurus. I heard that a long time ago, running for office. Yeah. Yeah, you can talk. Yeah. I mean, obviously, we can talk about why this is moving down, but, leave your personal feelings about the guy out. It's that simple. How to save the Windows setup for starting tomorrow? So, very simple. So, Siri asked that question in our YouTube room. First of all, you should always save your layout to the cloud. Okay. So, number one. So, if you go click on File and then Save or Share to Cloud and give it a name, entire, If you've never saved one before, call it a series layout or whatever you want to call it, and then save it to the cloud. That's number one. You should save individual scans to the cloud also. That's what I do. But the simplest thing, so once you've done that though, when you exit trade ideas, if you click on file and then exit, it's going to ask you, do you want to save your layout? Yes or no? If you say yes, and you exit, when you start trade ideas tomorrow, your layout will your same layout will start. Okay. But I would always save individual scans to the cloud. I would save your layout to the cloud. The reason is in case something happens, it's saved in our cloud. But at the very least, if you don't do that, then when you exit trade ideas, it's always going to say, do you want to save your layout? Yes or no? And say yes. And then tomorrow or at any time when you load trade ideas again, your layout will come back. Okay, so I'm going to have to send you to, if you're looking about docking, I'm going to send you to our guide, okay? Because docking is something you don't have to do, okay? It is, but I'm going to, before I want you to take a look at the guide. And docking is nothing that you have to do, but if you click on my guide or my home page, okay, and then click on the education section, and then click on the user guide. The reason I do this is because I can show you, but I mean you're gonna I don't expect anybody to remember. So that's why we have a guide here. So docking, if you click on docking, it's going to go over all the steps of how you create a dock window, how to put scans, charts, whatever you want into a dock. Okay. Now, if after having read that and you still can't do it, I'll be glad to help. But I will be taking my break in about 8 minutes. Chris might show you, but I'll be taking my break in just in a minute. But it's always good to refer to the guide because I mean I can go over things, but if you don't expect people to remember all the steps, so that's why the guide is a great reference. Yeah, just okay, guys. So Chris is going to be here. Let me just put the YouTube link in. All right, guys. Let me just put the YouTube link in. Chris will be here any moment now in our YouTube room. All right. Chris usually shows up a little bit early. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put the announcement in here on mute, or on a break, I should say, on a break. Back around 1 p. Oops, not exclamation mark. 1 p.m. Eastern time. Okay, so I'll put myself on mute and just wait for Chris to show up in our YouTube room. I'm not muting myself in our YouTube room. So that is interesting though about see if there's any more news about the speculation that he's going to run for office or anything like that, and that's why he decided to leave. Or is it because of this the Dominion deal? Hey, Mr. Varley.
Greetings and salutations.
You know, I had a very strange dream with you in it last night.
Well then, I don't hear that every day.
No, I know. And also, Alana was in it, but she looked like about 5 years old, and she had long blonde hair. So, but it was her. And you were visiting Vancouver, and oh man, it was wild. The only reason I can't tell the end is because my cat woke me up. So I don't know what happened. But I was bringing you upstairs to show you my setup. Man,
I've always been curious to see it. So, these
Yeah, I'm
things,
sure.
who knows? This could someday happen.
It could happen. Oh man. Well, I was itching to tell you, I was glad that you were on today, because if you'd been on later in the week, I probably would have forgotten. And usually you forget dreams, but it was so
Yes.
vivid. It was so vivid. And so I
Interesting.
wrote down all the particulars. I know. What do you think about Tucker leaving? I mean, getting back to that's something.
It's certainly news. I mean, I haven't watched any kind of news since like 2015, 2016. So, I don't really know much about him. I just know that there's one group that loves him and one group that hates him.
Yeah.
And that's really all I could tell you about the guy.
Well, major personality there,
Right.
obviously, and a big revenue driver, and because he's has one of the big highest rated shows. So I mean, for
Right.
just from that aspect, whether you like the guy or hate the guy or whatever,
Yeah.
it certainly was newsworthy.
Yeah,
And when I say you, I mean just in general.
stock moving. Looking at
Oh,
that
yeah.
that chart. I mean, what a move there. That's for
Yeah.
sure.
Exactly.
I'm sure there'll be all kinds of fun headlines to come out through the Bird app and whatever else over the next 12 to 18 hours. That'll keep everybody thoroughly entertained and engaged.
Well, and again, the why. I mean,
yeah.
Is it because of Dominion, or I had heard a while back, I mean, maybe even a year ago, that he was thinking of running for some kind of office. So, but it seems a little coincidental that it's right on the heels of Dominion. So
true.
We'll see what happens.
They, if I painstakingly avoid news, but if I heard correctly, they had to pay them a bunch of money. Fox, is that correct?
Yeah, about $750 million. Yeah, they settled out of court.
That's a dent. That's a little dent in the revenue stream.
That will do it also, but without getting too into it, but I mean,
yeah,
There were things that were said that I think he was caught on tape. And
Ah,
anyway, I don't know if that's the actual reason, but
yep.
we'll see.
Time will
We'll
tell.
see.
Time will tell.
Time
That's
will
for sure.
tell.
I got to tell you, of all the things that I thought you would say to me when I got into here,
Yeah, I know.
that was not it. The very first one. I figured you'd ask me what I traded today, and I was like, I snuck one in, but I got out by the skin of my teeth with a profit on. I don't even know what it was anymore.
Yeah.
uh,
No, that no,
ZVSA.
I couldn't wait for you to show up. Tell you that. Okay, my
Very
friend.
good.
I'll
Yes. Oh, I got to swap the screen. I completely
yeah.
forgot about that.
Now, can you
Yes.
go to one, or do you have
Yeah.
a?
Nope. Nope. I can go to one.
Okay.
And we are ready to rock and roll, my friend. You enjoy your break, and I'll
I
see you in a
will.
while.
Thank you.
All
Okay.
right.
Bye
Take
bye.
care. All right, everybody. So I just got to change something on my settings here so as not to have anything interrupt us during our lovely Monday sessions here. So, all right. I guess, yeah, that's a big deal for Fox. I didn't realize, I'll be honest that, I'm really ignorant to a lot of the stuff in the news world and things like that. I only happened to notice the Fox chart because Barry had brought it up, and got to take a look at these things. Certainly, I don't call it market moving necessarily, but certainly moving. Fox is a major player in the entire world, entertainment, not just news, but movies and TV shows and all that. So yeah, very, very interesting, very interesting. And so there's that. Just one trade on my end today. I don't think there's anything to really highlight from it, but I happened to go after ZVSA. Actually tagged it in the simulator too, but later than my original entry. My entry was actually on the second 15-minute candle, and I got it way up here, and it pulled back down to here, and I had a rising EMA stop on it. And when it broke out back up over 245, I think it closed at like 246. I closed it for a 9 or 10 cent gain on that. And while it shot up to about 260, and I, of course, left money on the table, I thought to myself, you know what, I kind of jumped the gun on that. I shouldn't have been in it to start with. And that was that. So anywho, that's my big action on the day. We've just got a lot of the same, weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks of this at this point, right? We got back over this 400 on the SPY, and we kind of been here around this range, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 trading days. So we're talking, 3 weeks basically since we've gotten up over this, 400 on the SPY, since up here on this 400 on the SPY, over the 400 on the SPY. Bulls and bears can make all the cases that they want. They both have great talking points. Are we coiling for a bigger push up? Are we just setting up for a bigger flush down? I would accept arguments from both sides. I'm not going to argue either side of it. I'm just going to continue to trade the price action. Price action says if you're trying to swing trade, you're going to have to be nimble on those stops. Watch for big economic events that are coming out and take the profits when they're there. Same idea as always with day trading. With the day trading, I think if you're in something really alpha, obviously you play that accordingly. But I've found in a lot of the day trades that I've had recently, they're very, very short-lived, and it's like they make a move, bullish as compared to the market, and then they kind of stop or they give it up kind of right away. So that's what we have. That's the environment. It's really an environment of showcasing managing your winners, being extra, extra important. This is one that I was watching from last week. I was in and out of it a couple of times last week, HIMS. I don't know what the heck they do. I don't really care, to be honest. And, I thought to myself on this here, let me get the old handy drawing tool out with the Epic pen, not to be confused with an Epi pen. And I thought to myself, if we can really kind of clear this level around here, we might be able to get a bit of a run in it, especially when we've got this go, pause, go And could we get a couple of days ago? And it looked like it. And I almost jumped the gun. I almost, I don't care for trading things in that first 30, 35, 40 minutes. Like I said, I did kind of jump the gun on, what was it, ZVSA today. And I almost jumped the gun on this, once we were up over 12, saying, gee, I don't really want to miss this if it's going to run. And here we are, we're negative from Friday's close now. Plenty of liquidity, volume's decent and all that. But this right here, right? We get that nice opening move, probably even a little nicer than the opening move in the SPY, and just collapsed it real fast as compared to the SPY actually went sideways before that sell-off that has happened here. So it's just the way the market is. A lot of sideways, a lot of quote unquote max pain, and managing those winners and really, really having solid stops that you stick to is going to separate the people that are trading, in 3, 6, 9 months from now versus the people that are not trading in those time frames from now. That's the big one. Anywho, with all of that said, hopefully my mic is on here. Nobody's chiming in anything, although Barry obviously could hear me before we parted ways for his break. So if you folks have questions, please, fire those away for me. It's, what we're really here for on these support sessions. It's not meant to be just me talking at you. It's, while we can't, have 50 people all chiming in, asking questions on a mic at once, it's still meant to be a conversation here. Conversation is best when it's driven by you folks and the tools, tips, education, thoughts, processes that you have questions on regarding the software, just, some charts, trading in general. In general, market is not good. Luis, it depends on who you ask. There's probably a lot of people out there. Now, I don't do options at all, but I'm sure there's a lot of people selling, different time decay options and things like that are actually doing very well. And when I say very well, I'm not talking about, whenever I say well, please always think of realistic expectations in the market, all that flashy Lambo crap, or, I bought this, $7 million house after 6 months of trading. It's all garbage. And anybody that believes that, I'm sorry, please stop it right now. I think, people that have enough market experience, have seen enough market, is that 5 years, is that 10 years, is that 20 years? I think it's going to be different for every individual, but people that have enough experience and wherewithal with what's going on in the market and this really, really, really sideways action. Just use the kind of the SPY here as the benchmark of this sideways action that I'm talking about. I think they'll be okay. I think, people like that are probably eking out wins week in, week out. They're protecting capital. That's the name of the game, is, risk management, protecting your capital. And then when we hit that next bull run, because we will, outside of the grand apocalypse happening and the world ending, outside of something like that, we'll hit another bull run eventually. Is it in a month? Is it in 6 months? Is it in a year? I don't know. We'll hit something like this again. I mean, it's happened before. I don't see why it doesn't happen again. Brought us into a bear market. Now we're sideways, At some point, we'll do this. Does this have to happen again? I don't know. But the people that are able to withstand this here, whether you want to call this a good, bad, or indifferent market, the people that can withstand this here, when this comes up, they'll just be that much better conditioned and positioned for that next bull run. Speaking from a personal stance, I've scaled back the size of my trades, both day and swing trades. I won't say I've tightened stops, but I've adjusted some of how I'm setting my stops, and I'm very quick. I've missed out some runners, some winners, ending up running a day or an hour, depending if it was a swing trade or a day trade. And I'm not trading not day trading 10 times a day, and I'm not putting on, 10 swing positions in a week or anything like that. But over the last few months, I've missed out on some ones that have ran because, when the money was on the table, I just took it. But as I continue to, strengthen the coffers, if you will, when I feel that we do get a real breakout, I'll be ready to put some money to work, continuing the same theme that I'm doing, but adjusting and scaling in maybe a little larger, maybe a little wider stop, if I believe the charts are telling me that a trend change is in the cards or in the charts, really. The psychics get the tarot cards, we get the charts. So I know it's kind of a roundabout way to answer that, if the market's good or bad, but sometimes things just are. I coach a softball team, a youth softball team, and I'm teaching them about being pull hitters or opposite field hitters. And they always ask, was that good or bad? And I said, it just is. If a team knows you're a pull hitter and you can go the opposite way, it's a good thing. If a team knows you're a pull hitter and they play you as a pull hitter and you only a pull hitter, might not be a good thing. But sometimes things just are. So I wouldn't say the market's good or bad. It's just the market. If you were, if you're a bear, if you're a perma bear or a perma bill, listen to me, perma bull, you're probably going to say that the market's bad in that case, because you can't win either side on that right now, right? I mean, every time, since that major low in October, right? That's got to be here. Yeah. Since this low in October, right? We got this bounce, and, I can't tell you how many people like, Chris, I can't believe how you're not so long. We're breaking out. And I'm like, all right, well, best of luck on your long plays, right? And then we sold off, and, I don't really short much, but, when we got down here in this 380, I can't believe you're not short. We're about to crash, and we didn't crash, right? But we still didn't get liftoff, and we pulled back and we pulled back. So if you're a perma bull or a perma bear, it's been an ugly, 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 ugly scene for you for a lot of months. If you're just going to read the price action, you're probably faring a little better. And again, folks, please, got questions, please fire those away for me here. That's what I'm here for. In Brokerage Plus, why is send button gray out? I don't know. This should be like this. I mean, you got to connect. If you go, I'm going to connect to the simulator here. If you connect to the simulator and you press account here, and put that in, you shouldn't have any issues. Let's buy some GDX, for example, here. Oh, maybe you mean the sell is, wait, you put send button, not sell. Okay, why aren't you loading for me? Okay. I would have to say, Fernando, if it's grayed out, make sure you're connected, right? If you want, you can send a screenshot of what you got going on over to info@trade-ideas.com. You might be able to better tell something from that. Hard for me to tell just from the text here. info@trade-ideas.com.
TNYA.
So yeah, I mean, you're going to need to send me a screenshot of that. Yeah, that's probably not gonna help the files there. You need to send a screenshot of it. Hi there, thank you for the session, very helpful. New TI to start out with. Could you please touch on 5 picks this week? Yeah, of course I could touch on those. And bring these, I always keep them up as a list here. All right, so we've got Max N. Let's see what's going on here. So just a beautiful move out of Max N here. Looks like $30 was a big level for it. Get out some drawing stuff here. And let's see where that goes back to. We got to come way back here before we see $30 before. So it looks like we were bumping up into this $30 range. I don't know the juice behind the strength alert scan itself, or whatever reason, the way it counts bullish things and bearish things. Max N was coming through. I would suspect that the buy was in above the high on Friday. We broke that, and luckily, we've got a good, nice trend continuation going on there. This is Walmart. Yeah, Walmart. All right, Walmart. Got something similar going on here. All right, we've already got a trend coming off the bottom here on this pullback. 152 seems to have been a huge level for it. We pulled up above that. And we're kind of fighting here, but if we look at, give me 1 second, I want to pull over that SPY chart. If we look at what's going on here in the SPY intraday, and Walmart's hanging strong. So again, this relative strength algo, for whatever reason, was finding relative strength in those two names. They're looking pretty decent today, especially as compared to the market. EDR. It's a different look, right? Because since October, we kind of trended up very, very slowly. Very small price range, dollar range, essentially. And here it goes above this level, corresponding with all that here. Probably better if I draw it like this. Up above this 2450 level, probably going to transpose somewhere around here, this yellow line. There we go. So yeah, so up around this 2450 level. Looking pretty good off of that there. And it's certainly got some room to that upside. So again, all these items that we're looking at are stocks, not items, showing strength compared to the overall market, which is just simply running sideways. And MIRM, something similar here, right? Kind of running sideways here for this good block of several months. 1, 2, 3, 4. And here towards the end of this month, starting to make that breakout here. This one following a little closer with the market today. We'll see if that can hold on. NTRA, something similar, but finding some support around that 54 number. And again, this one a slightly different look. although almost cup and handle-ish. Not quite, almost though. It always nice when patterns work out perfect, but that's not how it works in the real world. Looks like 60 probably be a bit of a challenge for it here, right? But again, you know, overall on an uptrend here, got this pullback that's happening there. So those are the things that I could comment on it. I'd say light liquidity and volume on all 5 of those, but it's not really looking for volume. You know, Walmart's at 1.5 million shares traded, but you know, we do this at 100,000 and this at 360,000. But these are you know, these kinds of stocks and this scan particularly, you know, here's the strength, you know, here's the scan that this actually come from. This is that kind of thing where I was talking about things, you know, move sideways for a long time. And then all of a sudden, you know, you get, this has already some strength in it for holding up. You know, and if it's, you know, a slow climb and all of a sudden, you know, they got the market chopping around like this, if we get something that gets the market like this, you're going to find some of these alerts really taking off here. And is it all of them? No, there's no system that gives you all perfect alerts. But I'd be keeping a close eye on, you know, I'm always keeping a close eye on. A lot of my swing trading comes from the strength alert scan itself. You know, I like to add my own charting 2 cents as I go through a lot of these. And I find this very interesting that mobile is back up here at all-time highs. I find that really interesting. Really, really interesting considering what's gone on with energy in general. I looked at the XLE in a long time. That's very interesting. Wow. I think that's something. The XOP, or not XOP. The XOP doesn't look quite as nicely recovered, but I would suspect that it has to do with natural gas still being a total dumpster fire. Yeah, nat gas is still a total dumpster fire. Yeah, you're very welcome. I mean, if you have specific, you know, other specific questions to it, you know, I just gave kind of a rundown on the charts there. If you have other specific questions on it, by all means, you know, fire those away from me, of course. Hey, Mike C, how are you? Happy Monday, buddy. All right, so, you know, moving along here. No, Patrick, they just come from this. Yeah, they come from the strength alert scan. That's it. There's certain things that can disqualify a stock from being, you know, what's listed there. Generally speaking, it's the top 5 rated ones after the close on Friday. I think, you know, it's usually done Saturday morning just to make sure everything is settled. The only thing, you know, there's a few things that'll disqualify it. You know, earnings, having earnings coming up could disqualify it. The, you know, obviously a buyout or something like that is not gonna make it into the strength alerts. And if, you know, if there happens to be, you know, it's happened a few times where it looks like it's, you know, like 5 energy stocks or something like that, all 5 oil and gas stocks. I think, you know, the weakest 1 or 2 of those might get bypassed for something that's in a different sector, so as not to have all 5 in the exact same sector, essentially. But aside from those items, if it's the top ranked here in the score, it's heading in there. The only thing I see is position from 5 SMA. I'm not sure what that means. crazy. If you could elaborate on that, they're crazy about the position. I'm not sure if you're referring to a scan, if you're referring to a chart, if you're referring to what we were talking about. If you're looking at the Market Explorer window for strength alerts, it's not customizable. You should only be seeing these data points that, I show here. My question about, I'm sorry. Do you have, I missed that. I apologize, crazy. Just give me a second, scroll back up and see that. I do apologize for that. Do you have any scans for price closing above the 5-day simple moving average? No, because we don't have a 5-day moving average. If you go into a configure of a scan, so if you right click configure and you come to search and you put SMA, you'll see what we offer here. And I think 8's going to be eight's going to be the lowest time frame that we're going to have on a daily time frame. So you could do that. Any 5 period is, intraday that we've got. So you got 2, 5, 15 minutes on the 5 SMA. So, you could go in and, do a scan with that filter there. So if I were to do new topless window and come to search, and again, SMA, you could put in on a percent for the S8 SMA here, like this, add that filter, and you want to see stuff that, is above it. So you put a 0 here. Now, if you want to see a cap that you don't want to see too far above, you could put like a 5 or something like that, so it wasn't pulled too far away from it. And then obviously, you're going to want to give it whatever other metrics you want to see here. I don't know if you want a price for, let's say $5. If, you wanted to say it's traded at least, I don't know, 1 million shares on the day, something like that. And then this would return to you, all the stocks that met the criteria of that scan. But 8 SMA is going to be the lowest time frame that we offer on that. Where are the long-term strategy trade ideas from? I'm not sure what you mean by that. I mean, we have some different channels. So I go new and I'm going to do a dock channel bar. The swing picks that's in here, that's obviously what we were going over with the swing ideas. And here's the strength alerts itself. A trader's eye, this stuff is mostly Andy in here. Andy kind of curates some ideas and some thoughts in here for various reasons on these stocks. Is there another long-term channel? Not in this here. Or did you mean this here, long-term Holly AI? Maybe you meant this channel here. And this would just, these are Holly alerts that for whatever reason, they were selected as long-term look for some reason. I can give you the user's guide link on that. Give me a second here. Let me find the user's guide. Look for long-term Holly. I don't look at the long-term Holly at all for anything that I do. So you check that out there, and that'll give you, that's, the insight that I would be giving you is from that. But, for various reasons, those stocks were picked off of alerts that have come through from Holly and added to that list, essentially. You got it. You got it. Of course. Happy to help with that. All right, let me move that back over there out of the way. And then, Crazy, let me know if that helped answer the question that you had. If you want me to dive further into any of that, or there's something you want to add into those questions or lead us down another path, Crazy, right? So I just, I want to showcase, what we offer that'd be closest to the 5 SMA. Like I said, it's going to be the 8 SMA on a daily time frame. Chris, my smart risk under properties is not working for me for some reason. Can I help? Maybe. Right click the chart, properties. Make sure you got it checked, right? You got it checked there. You got to have smart risk levels checked, and then long and or short, whatever you want there. Make sure that's checked. That would be the only thing that I could point to, unless there's something else wrong. I'm sorry, yeah, Crazy. We don't have the 5 SMA as a data point, just the 8 SMA. And it's a distance from filter again. So, if we come in here and we go to the search tab, type SMA, these are the data points that we would have to be able to offer you. And they're all, distance from, essentially, or bars above, or bars below too. You could go either way with that, obviously. Indicators for charts. All right, so if you got the chart open in front of you, this kind of squiggly line right there, click that. You get the list of indicators here that we offer, and then you would, click on one. So for example, if you wanted to add an EMA, click on the EMA. It's going to default to a period. You could change that to whatever you want, 30, 8, 10, 100, million, whatever it is that you want. And then you'd click add. So, in this case here, I'd click add. All right, now there's the 30 EMA here. You modify the color, right? Once you have indicators on a chart, if you want to modify the indicator that's already on the chart, you come to edit and you'd click on it, and then you could modify the period if you want to change it, modify the color, or you could just altogether click on it and remove it, and it's gone just like that. And so that's how you would do that. Obviously, some indicators don't have periods. You're not going to do things like that with some indicators. For example, volume doesn't have a period, right? Dollar volume isn't going to have a period. Bollinger Band, you can change the period, although we keep it to the standard here. It's a 20 period, 2 standard deviations above and below. Not sure what that means by not highlighted iris, but that's the only way to turn that on and off. Smart risk levels right here. You can go to account and reset your account, reset your connection there. I'm trying to think. This might be a premium feature now that I think about it. I think you're on standard. So I don't think the smart risk levels will work if you're just on standard. Fairly certain that's how that works. Let me get confirmation there, but I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Iris, I think that's, smart risk levels is it for, there'd be no other reason I could think of, Iris, that it wouldn't work. I mean, let's go through a bunch of charts here. Try if you're zooming in and out. All right, so here I've got one where it isn't loading for me. Yeah, I don't have an answer for you here in this forum. There you can see I've got them on all my charts right now when I'm going through. Shoot an email over, Iris, to the info at, all right. Maybe if you can send a screenshot with all this here, that it's checked and whatever else. And I'm trying to think of something else that you might not have checked. Yeah. All right, so reset connection, that was it. All right, and again, folks, anybody with questions here, fire those away, please. And Fernando, let me know if that answered your question as far as indicators itself went. Now, what I haven't looked at recently, let's just get rid of that. I think we're good there. I'll look at the Qs in a minute. So they're running an even tighter range, it looks like, than the SPY is, to be honest. Obviously, dancing around is a fairly significant level, I would say. I've got that line drawn. Okay, good to know, Fernando. Perfect. And diamonds, haven't looked at that in a minute either. Look at that. You can see they're holding fairly well. The Dow itself and the diamonds, the ETF here, looking after that. Again, anybody with questions, fire those away. Kind of a lackluster Monday. I mean, look at the volume on the indexes, or at least the major ETFs covering them. 0.63 relative volume there on the diamonds. SPY is at, I think, 0.67, 65, 67, yeah, 0.67 there. Qs 0.78. It's got the most of all of them. IWM. Gee, it's been a really long time since I looked at the IWM. 0.54. Geez. A lot of times we see volume levels like this in the indexes when we have major economic events coming up. There's none that I'm aware of for this week anyways. You can see this IWM pinned under this level here, so I don't know. You have the scan here looking at stocks that are within 15% of their lifetime high. I hadn't really looked at what was coming through it. Do a quick gander. So semiconductor. Interesting look. I don't even know if this is only about a year old, a little over a year old, this issue here. Grinding along. Another newer issue. So it's interesting to tell right here that, a number of these don't have a ton of history on them. Gold here. Another gold. This is physical gold. So, things, an interesting look here on what's, within 15% of lifetime highs. There are a few other metrics in the scan too. Let me just, I'll open that up just real quick. So got to be, between $8 and $50 and have to trade at least 1 million shares on the day. I wonder what this looks like if I take the cap off of $50. Not that many more are coming through it, to be honest. TJ Maxx. Value hunters out there. Interesting look on TJ Maxx. Up above that $80 level. Challenging its lifetime high there, 83 and change. See that right there. There's XOM again. McDonald's. So, we're long energy, and we're long greasy food. McDonald's is making new all-time highs today, as a matter of fact. Go figure. GE Health. Sorry, I can't help but laugh. That's right, they spun that off. So interesting look on some of these stocks sitting at all-time highs here. We've got some energy. We've got some, gold. So multiple commodities. And an automobile manufacturer. McDonald's and Coke, right? McDonald's is Coke, right? McDonald's is Coke products, not Pepsi products. Is that right? I think that's right. It's been so long since I've been to a McDonald's. Been like almost 24 years since I've been to a McDonald's. Interesting look on Coke here. So, I mean, these are your leaders in the market right now, what we're looking at here. These are the stocks that are, in that shooting range of all-time highs, kind of holding things up, a lot of them. Data processing here. Data is the new gold, right? That's not what I was told. It's Procter & Gamble, right? PG, yeah, Procter & Gamble. Just passed earnings here. So had earnings on Friday, right? Friday? Yeah, Friday. I don't know if they're post-market. Yeah, no, pre-market earnings. Curious. Let's look at, put up pre-market to see the pre-market from Friday. So I'm guessing this is where earnings came out. It was off to the races, and just kind of a fade and sideways move here on Procter & Gamble from that. Ah, yes. Confirmation. Coke for Mickey D's. Thank you all. Thank you. Is gold a good short play, in my opinion? So without going too much into my gold rant, I'll just say this about gold and silver. I don't get them. I get that they have thousands of years of history, especially gold, that it, holds this value, intrinsic value, and blah, 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 blah. But you don't make tools out of it. You don't put it in electronics. I know there are people who are going to argue with me about gold and silver going electronics. I'm just not going to get into the argument with anybody about that. I just don't get it. I can't walk into a store and buy something with gold. I can walk into probably almost as many stores and buy something with gold as I can with Bitcoin. That is not to say money can't be made long or short on any and all of those things. I just don't get it. That's all. I would not bet against gold right now, though. I mean, if we look at these moves, if gold were to break back below this level here, then maybe a short back down to 30 and then see where it's sitting from 30, because 30 is obviously a big player here. And, then we're coming back down to this level here. So, that's what I'd really be looking at with gold. But I feel like gold is in that spot right now. It could kick your butt one way or the other. It could come ripping back this way, or it could come back down this way. Again, I get historically gold's the inflation hedge and blah, 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 blah. All right. But we had beyond record inflation, And when that record inflation started happening, because, here's last year when the market collapsed, and then here's where we started seeing like all this insane inflation coming in, in the inflation numbers, and gold didn't do anything. It did less than nothing, right? Then after inflation was like really locked in and we knew it was bad, and actually inflation started to become less because the price of things are still going up. They're just going up not as fast as they were, right? Inflation isn't under control at all. And we saw gold do this well after the peak of inflation. And then gold does this and this. So it's hard to say. I don't like messing with commodities, to be honest. I don't like messing with commodities. And I don't have opinions. I have charts. That's all. So this chart tells me that if gold is to be an inflation hedge, it's lagging the market greatly in that inflation hedge. And it's not making power moves as an inflation hedge. That doesn't mean it's not here in 6 months from now. But, we can see it's well off its lows from October, but so is the market. I just want to show this like this as well because compare charts are fun. So here is gold in comparison to the SPY. So you got the SPY here in pink, gold here, or GDX anyways, it's your miners. In that blue. And we could see that divergence that happened here, right? And then they kind of came on track with gold really collapsing as inflation picked up. Gold absolutely collapsed. I mean, completely collapsed under inflation, where the market really ran more sideways. And now gold has been outperforming the market again. So, I wouldn't be betting something short when it's been outperforming the market year to date anyways. And, we're more than a quarter of a way through this year. Yeah, I mean, I don't care where it is or anything like that. And, the most frightening words anybody could ever hear in their entire lives is we're from the government and we're here to help. So, and that goes for every government, not any one specific one. All governments equally terrible. But yeah, I wouldn't be looking to short gold, not here. Again, maybe if we take this level back out again or approaching that level, you might, if you wanted to try to anticipate and get a running start on it, maybe you want to be short here just below 34. And I don't know, maybe this level slightly above the recent highs, maybe is your stop. I don't know. Just, kind of spitball and some semi-logical things in my brain. Might not be logical to other people. But, we could see it trying to defend here, and one might call this, this is a glass ceiling, and the more times we touch it, the more cracks are going to get into it before it falls. So you can certainly make a short case for it. I just made a bull case as well. Now that was the miners. We'd be doing ourselves no favors, specifically if we didn't look at the GLD and the gold trust itself. And so, kind of similar to GDX as far as the, this recent movement here. This actually looks a lot stronger to me than the miners do. I just like to draw lines because, because I do. Yeah, again, this seems to be a fairly significant level, banging its head in here a few times. I bet if we look back, that line's going to have something to say. Let's scroll back this way. It's a little nicer like this. Yeah, a lot of price action touches in here for gold. So again, if you're anticipating it's short, anticipating into this line, and if it bounces off that line, good chance you're wrong. Not I'm using the royal you, by the way. We are wrong, the royal we. And below that line, you've got to this gap. You get to there. Gaps do like to be filled. Those are the I think the kind of obvious levels that I think a lot of people would be looking at, anyways. I'm certainly no wizard.
You're not a wizard?
I'm not.
Okay.
No.
And you haven't been McDonald's in 20 years. Kudos to that.
July of 1999 was the last time I had McDonald's. A friend and I went there. We ordered 2 number 2 meals. It was the double 2 cheeseburgers. And out of those 4 cheeseburgers, there was no burger patty on any of it. It had the ketchup, mustard, onions, and pickles on it, but there's no actual burger patty. We went back inside and they gave us a hard time about it. I was like, yes, we took the 4 patties out, ate those, and then we're bringing you this back. Like, this is ridiculous. I left my bag of food there and I just walked out, and I've never been back to a McDonald's ever since.
And that, what did you put that in your electronic calendar to bring it up every year? Because how would you know it was July of 1999? Just one of those things you remember.
I am weird like that, Barry, that I remember dates and times very well for things.
Okay.
I don't know why. I mean, I can associate that specifically. I had my first car. It was a 1987 Ford Escort hatchback, and we were in that.
Okay.
And we were, we were your very typical teenagers, up to no good, riding around in the summer.
You were a model teenager.
Anything but. Anything but. But it was a very 1999 was certainly an interesting summer in my life, and I will just never forget that. And we were on our way to work. Actually, we worked together. We were both dishwashers at a resort. Where I lived in Lake George, right down the road from my parents' house, and I'll just never forget that day. Like, they both looked at each other like, "This, are we being messed with here?"
Well, I like a man who sticks to his convictions. Okay, so there you go. Your conviction was you're never going to go to McDonald's again, and you've stuck to it.
I have,
and that's over 20 years. So good for you.
Once in a while, Alana asks, "Oh, McDonald's, you don't like that?" "Nope, not a chance." She goes, "Oh, okay. My mom likes it." I said, "No, that's good for her."
Good for her. Yeah, good for her. Next.
Exactly. If
I'm going to convict friends,
I'm ready if you're ready.
Okay, I'll just take over now.
Sounds good.
People are really can't. They're loving our little conversation here. Okay, Chris, I've taken over, and I'll get my music going. And
Sounds
so
good.
Have a great rest of the day, and we'll see you next Monday.
Indeed you will, my friend. I'll talk to you later,
Okay.
Barry. Take care.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye, everybody. Thank you.
The room's there. I just unmuted the last one. Okay. And let me get rid of my announcement. Yeah, the EUDA got halted. I noticed that. So it's resumed. It is resumed. Hey guys, I'm in a trade right now. I didn't announce it, so I won't, but I'm just having to watch. I'm having to watch to see where I want to exit. Just give me one moment, please. Now let's take a look at that EUDA. So I'm out of that trade. EUDA, Let's take a look at it. And what did it do after the halt? Exploded, of course. So now, and what's the float like? 3.6 million China stock or Singapore? Sorry, Singapore. Yeah, Singapore stock. EUDA, no news that I can see. On the 10th of April, they received a non-compliance notice from NASDAQ. So I don't know if that's been taken care of now. Oh, sorry, guys. Yeah, I can tell you now, I shorted DWAC, but I have covered. I'm just wondering if the pop on DWAC had anything to do, come on, chart, anything to do with, maybe saying, hey, maybe Tucker will come over and be a guest poster or something. I don't know. So Ronald, I don't know what you probably know that your little post has been deleted or hidden or something like that. ZM News, let's take a look at ZM, ZM, Zoom. Whoa, there's something going on. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Something is going on with Zoom. They don't have earnings. That's nothing to do with earnings. Um, Oracle and Zoom partnered to expand access, but that was on the 19th of April. So that's last week's news. Ah, that'll do it. Thank you, Liam. Microsoft agrees to stop bundling Teams with Office. So, okay. I mean, I know Office is out there, but and I have no idea what percentage of the market Office has in this, in that sector. But I think people still say Zoom, Zoom meeting today, even if they're doing Office. I had this Lithium. I was going to just before I went on my break, I think, or just before, yeah, Lithium. I wanted to take this long, and I just didn't do it. Come on, charts. 2139. That was the VWAP, and I was watching to see it, but that was right at my break. Right at my break. Okay, guys, so you see in my option scanner, we're getting a lot more action now, okay? Now, these are not typically earnings plays. I don't think they're earnings plays, but this option scanner is going to become very active over the next 3 weeks. Anticipate that because we're going to have a lot of option plays, and that's typically when options explode the day a company has earnings. Explode in that relative to what they normally do in terms of contracts on a daily basis. Yeah, this INAB is a tough one, guys. I had that pop up here, took out three, got up to 320, 330 or so, and then pulled right back down. This is a tough one. I mean, yeah, the trend is up. You can see that. And if Steve were here, he'd be saying, hey, look at it, holding that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart like a star. That's what it is doing. But where are you going to put your stop? These are pretty wide stops for a $3 stock. So, in my opinion, anyway. But it is holding that 10 SMA. The other thing about, yeah, I agree, PJ. So the other thing is, I mean, what did it get up to? It got up to 327, and the next high looking left on the weekly chart is 336. But just check that weekly chart out. I mean, look how choppy it is, topping tails, bottoming tails. So it's a really tough intraday trader. Ugh, look at this one, boy. So you'd have had the big pop, 289. Big drop. Now, where did it get halted? It got halted at $2 the first time, I believe. Halted at 205. Let's see if it bounces off that 205 or breaks. I can't short it. There are no shorts available for me. Most of the time, that's a good thing. 3.6 million in the float. So most of the time, that is a good thing, and no shorts available for these low floaters. Oops, let me get rid of my announcement. Running up, running up, running up. SNTI, where was the first alert? SNTI right here at 111. So SNTI, what is it doing? SNTI, low float, 26 million, not crazy low, not high, but not crazy low. Now this one is shortable for me. Interesting. It is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. But I don't like shorting these really cheap ones. NVDA disappointed you this morning? Okay, let's take a look at the direction of NVDA right now. So what, you thought it was going to go, you were going to long and it just dropped? Well, yeah, I sort of agree with you a little bit on the Fox A, but take a look at there's the VWAP 3244, so it's still just a little bit above the VWAP. But yeah, if it can take out that VWAP again for Fox A, but it has rebounded. I mean, there's some big bottoming tails there. So I mean, the sellers did knock it down, but the buyers took both times. The buyers came in and closed it higher. So there's the VWAP, 3244. I'd be really, if it can take out the VWAP again, it might send it on its way down. And that's the Fox A. But this Merck looks like it's reaching the end, guys. Here, I mean, look at the daily chart. A couple of highs at 940, I believe. Yeah, 940. So this looks like it's running out of steam here. MERC. Is there a way to set up quantities that it suggests in the B plus window? Don't know what you mean by that, Siri. I'm not 100% sure I know what you mean by that. Again, are you talking about auto trading? Like, I'm not sure I understand what you mean. Look at that lithium, LTHM. All right, rum, the same thing coming in. Oh, no, sorry, it's over the VWAP, but there's the 200-day. Is that right? Yeah, I don't know what this is. I don't know what that blue line is. I mean, typically that is the 200-day moving average, but I don't see a value for it. So I don't think it's been trading for 200 days, or has it been? Yeah, yeah, well, it has. Okay, now here's the EUDA trying to come back or not. Sorry, I thought it was trying to come back. So again, I'm not sure I understand what you mean. You're talking about you're in a trade right now, and now you want to add to it? Is Siri? I'm not a user of B plus. Okay, I'll just flat out tell you that. So I'm not. I know was a big user of B plus. I think you probably asked some questions while he was there between 12 and 1. You may have to continue to ask him the questions like that. But if you want to add to your trade, I don't see why not. So let's just take a trade. I just take a trade in rum. Okay, take a trade in rum. Come on. Okay, for some reason it's not loading, so I might have to X out. Excuse me. Okay, let's take 200 shares and I'll just buy and send. So I'm in rum. And now I want to do it again. I don't know. Take 200, 300 shares, buy, send. Okay, so I'm not sure. Oh, I see. You're not talking about then taking an existing trade and then, okay, you're not, I thought that's what you meant. It's not suggesting, it's just has to start, I think I understand what you mean. You're talking about, oh, where are you in the tools? You're talking about this, the AI trade size of 100? It's not a suggestion. I mean, they've got to put some number in there. So, but you can of course set it whatever you want. If that's what you're talking about. I mean, they could have put 50, they could have put 200, but they picked 100. It's not a suggestion that that's what you should do. It's all based on your account size. So, when I usually do, I haven't done my spiel. I'll do it sometime this week later on. But, I'll say things like, okay, if you've got a $5,000 account, you should not be risking $1,000 a trade. So when I demonstrate trading in the, simulated trading here, I'm usually risking $100 a trade just to make the math simple. That's all. But that risk amount will be based on your account size. Or it should be based on your account size, okay? But you can do anything you want. Does that answer your question? So again, it's not suggesting 100. It's just, I have to put some number in there. So they put 100 just to probably make the math simple like I do. But if your account size was really small, you might only want to risk $50 a trade. If it's, if you have $100,000 account, well, maybe you want to risk $1,000 a trade. I mean, it's completely up to you. Okay. And what Pepe's saying too. All your strategies that you do, you control. You control that. But again, remember, we are not auto trading the AI. Now let me get out of this. I'm just going to flatten it. I'm going to get out of this. These were just demonstrations of how to take a trade. I'm going to flatten these two. But I'm keeping this GME short, shorting it to zero. MSGE. Now, this probably was maybe a dividend or something like that. And I don't think this was a true drop like this. MSGE, Madison Square Garden, maybe a dividend of some sort. Okay, so Siri, are you talking about using the buy button to take a trade? So here are your strategies. I mean, I don't know what strategies you've got, okay? So I'm not sure, again, I'm not sure I understand your question is here. How to change the long-term strategy trades window. Here are your strategies. Here are some longs, starting with L. So I'm not sure what your question is still. Again, are you talking about assigning a long strategy to the buy button? Okay. Yeah, Alex, I don't care. I think it's a bunch of nonsense with GME, but that's my opinion, of course. Wow, look at INAV now. Hard to do it. Okay, where are you getting those symbols, Siri? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, by the way. I'm sorry, guys, should mention that. Where are you getting those symbols from? The TZU and SWK and MIRM? Where are you getting them from? I mean, just personal, Rumpus. That's all. Just a personal thing. It's like, why do I only like trading stocks usually under $30? Just a personal thing. Yeah, it's just personal. I mean, there's why I don't want to trade Apple or Microsoft or any of these huge like large cap stocks. I just personal, that's all. Premium tab in trade ideas. Ooh, still don't know what you're talking. What premium tab within trade ideas are you talking about? I'm sorry, Assyria, I just don't know what you're talking about. The premium tab and trade ideas. You're not talking about that in Brokerage Plus. There's no premium tab as far as I know. Under new, okay, new. Okay, you mean here from their toolbar, file, new, tools, etc. So new. Okay, now what? Are you talking premium AI strategy trades window? I know this is probably frustrating for you, but I'm trying to follow what you're talking about. Long-term premium AI long-term strategy trades window, that one. So that's the third. I mean, oh, okay. Okay. So what's your question? How you trade them will be up to you, but how, like what? It's only one row. Yeah. I mean, I don't look at this ever, but okay. There was only three here. Okay. Okay. So Pepe is basically answering you. Thank you, Pepe. Well, too bad. It's too bad this was so choppy at the beginning because this has now turned into a sensational one, the INAB. It's just too bad. I mean, the best I could say about it was that it was hugging that 10 SMA and the 15, never broke down. You would have had to put a pretty wide stop on it in order to stay in the trade, though. And then, I mean, look what it did. It got up to 4 and pulled right back down. But yeah, just too bad that it had to trade like this at the beginning. Too bad for me anyway. But if I guess if you had a wide enough stop on this, but then again, you couldn't have taken very many shares because you have to manage your risk. All right, guys, 129. I better do a video now. So, question is on what? Yeah, look at this though. Look at Fox A. I mean, it really held. They held the VWAP. Now it's in between the VWAP and the 200-day moving average. What is it going to do? 200-day moving average is at 32.79, so it's approaching it. You can see there's the green line on the daily chart. It's getting closer, and it's above. So it's in between the VWAP and the 200-day moving average. I might pooch do a vid. Yeah, I should. Really not. You did say that about watch it take off once I sell it. You did say that. Okay, that's a good strategy. I just don't know what. Looking at my alerts and my 10-day daily breakouts, I'm not seeing anything really spectacular. Been a choppy day for a lot of the things that I look at. Oh, I may not do one today. HTHT. Okay, I mentioned this one earlier. 4420. It looks like the next low looking left, so it's not that. I wish there were more room underneath HTHT. All right, guys, I'm just trying to figure out if I'm going to do a video or not. Boy, this EYPT is just really giving it up. Coming now, you would maybe six holds it. EYPT, it's at 640 now. Maybe it holds it. Well, I mean, this showed up on the options scanner. There it is. This is the don't repeat EYPT, 10 o'clock, 741. Hmm. Well, Grumpus, you're fast becoming somebody who might just delete again, and I've done it before. Okay, because I'll be brutally frank. You offer nothing other than your little jokes. Okay, you offer absolutely nothing to the room other than your little inside jokes and stuff like that. Okay, the minute you start talking about some stocks and things like that, but I can't remember the last time you ever did that. So if you're here just for entertainment, fine, but keep your comments to yourself. Yeah. I have no idea why you show up every day. All right, guys, I think I will do a video on this one just because I think what's going to happen with these option plays, with the option scanner, this is going to be loaded the next 3 weeks because we're going to get a lot of stocks releasing earnings. And that's typically when their option volume explodes abnormally. At least I can talk about that. Okay, guys, so what time is it now? 13:37, 1:38. So I'll be back. It'll be a quick one. Okay, guys, put myself on mute, so I'll be back certainly within 10 minutes. Room's on. Unmute myself. Okay, here we go. So let's take a look at, wow, the SPY. The SPY definitely has had a nice rebound here. Here's another one that's just sneaking. Wow, look at this CACO. CACO, the alert was at 117, 132 now. I mean, if you're looking for active traders, I mean, these are, in the momentum scan, you certainly get, these active trading symbols, CACO, and, they're usually earmarked by a low float. Okay, actually, this is not a low float, but this is another Singaporean stock. We're going to get these stocks out of Singapore that are doing some stuff. So this one, I sort of remember this one this week. This is back in December of last year. Got up to almost $10. My only way to answer that one, Trey, in terms of if you're talking about auto trading the AI, don't do it. We're going to delete that option. So I use it. The only way I use it is as a watch list. There are some that come in that I kind of like, some that I don't. So I just use it like a watch list. So there's no real way to answer that question. Because you're talking about then taking every single trade, which I don't think any trader would. So if you use it like a watch list and you click on the alert, some you might like a setup, some setups you might like, some setups you won't like. I wish I'd seen this one, for instance, the EURN. To me, that would have been a nice little setup, little consolidation right there. Had the alert at 1776, moved up at 18 now, 1803 now. You look left, 1841 is the next high looking left. I mean, that one, I just didn't see it in time. It's like I don't treat it any differently than any other symbol that I get I just treat it as an idea. And if it meets my trading plan, then I'll take a look at it as a trade, but I don't blindly take it just because it happened in our AI. Alex, I have no idea. I mean, it's an impossible question to answer because everybody's going to use it in different ways. So it's just a watch list. That's all it is. It's a watch list. And as I say, I guess I like to say I like to see that we would rebrand it and just call it like an AI daily, not AI, but like a trade ideas daily watch list. Now this one has some room. Look at this Cere, CERE. Boy, look at this on the weekly chart. This has room. 3365 or so is the next high. It's through the 200-day moving average now, 2885. So it's through the 200-day moving average. Did it have some news today? CERE. Just want to see if it had any news. I don't see any news. Not a ton of volume. I mean, it's 2.7 times normal, but absolute volume, not a lot. Spread is not terrible, 2907, 2910. That's not terrible. Yeah, the longer this holds over 29, it's going to really interest me. I mean, this is what interests me, of course, looking left and seeing that what would that be, about $4.50 until the next high on the weekly chart? You're right, there's not a lot of volume. That's the issue. I mean, relative volume, yes, but not a lot of absolute volume. But the spread is okay. 2908, 2911, that's not a terrible spread. I just wish there was some kind of news on it. I just don't see anything on this one. Boy, yeah, it's too bad. The volume, I mean, it's the absolute volume that is not great for the CERE. But you got to love the fact that it's through the 200-day moving average, well above the VWAP, of course. And the spread is okay, like a 2-cent spread. That's which is great. Now, the other one to keep an eye on, guys, is that IDYA is it's just kind of hanging around the 19 mark, just a little bit underneath the 19 mark. Okay. The VWAP, it's a little bit above the VWAP at 1882. But again, why? Well, look left, and 24 is the next high on the weekly chart. And this has got a bunch of price targets put on by different analysts. That's the term I was looking for. Bunch of price targets put on by different analysts. Excuse me, I think the top one was about a $40 price target. Not that it has to get there, of course. And 30 times normal volume. It's not a low float, 41 million. The volume is picking up just a little bit in the IDYA. I'm just looking here in the volume bars on the 15-minute chart, picking up a little bit. Obviously, huge volume today, 4 million compared to, you look at the daily volume bars over the past, look at the week, look at this week, in fact. I mean, remember, this is the first day of the week compared to, and all these volume bars are 5 days. So, I mean, this is a big volume pop here for this IDYA with all these analysts. And they did have some news. I mean, did have some news about its drug. And obviously the news was was met in a positive way. So that pop would probably have happened anyway, but probably further popping because of all these price targets, including what used to be our favorite, Wedbush. I haven't really seen too much out of Wedbush lately, though. Well, we got a $40 price target from Guggenheim, Stifle at 24, Wedbush at 35. This is so interesting, this IDYA, guys. I mean, really, if it, maybe if it gets into about the 1920s, maybe that'll clear that whole number of 19 in a big enough way. It might just send it on its way for a while anyway. All right, Mr. Poe, who is usually very good at these bounce plays, let's take a look at EYPT and see what he's looking at. Well, you know what? This EURN still has some room. I mean, there's the next high looking left on the daily chart, 1852. It's probably, yeah, it's a big float, 116 million. So it should be relatively less volatile than the majority of the things that we look at. And this market is just surging now. So we've been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, almost an hour an hour and 45 minutes up. That 2 o'clock, or this is, okay, I'm sorry, this is the 2 o'clock candle starting. So 1, 2, 5, 6, so an hour and a half. So actually I was right, an hour and 45 minutes straight up. NUYE. Haven't seen that one for a while. Now that could be a real crazy one. NUYE. Ugh, how ugly is that? I mean, I see the volume that came in, but look at this. Look at this 15-minute chart. How ugly is that? But let's see if it settles down. Well, that news certainly popped it. Nice spot there, Captain. You're probably listening to that guy, right? I'm surprised it's not halted. Yeah, Carrier guys, Carrier, CARR. Now they have earnings next week. This week, sorry, this week, the 27th. Coming into the 200-day moving average, close, about 50 cents away. But something's happened here. They've advanced talks to acquire. So market's not liking that right now. They're looking to acquire a company. They're nearing the deal. Second update, advanced talks, okay. 13 billion. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. Okay, guys. Well, I'm sort of watching the EURN, see if it holds that 18 level well and starts to move a bit. I wouldn't mind taking this one. It has some room. 1841, next high looking left. But it's just kind of stalled. Most of the volume was right here in this in that volume bar right there, which is typical. No, I shouldn't say that. It's not typical. I thought it was the 930, but that's the 1130. So at 1130, that's when it had the pop at a consolidation. That's when the AI spotted it. Our AI, or our, sorry, excuse me, our daily watch list. Give me one moment, please. Now, rum has been moving. It's funny. Rum has been moving in the opposite direction of DWAC, but now coming into, you would think some resistance around 931, between 931 and 950. You would think. And this is shortable for me. Oh, look at this FGen. Holy smokes. Straight down. I didn't see this one. I mean, it had no action at all in the pre-market. It's not an earnings play, May the 8th. But look at this. Something's gone on. I don't see any news on it. I mean, only news I see is that they're going to report their first quarter, but we know that that's on May the 8th. Something happened here. I mean, that is straight down and now through the 200-day moving average. We're talking FGEN, but so interesting. I mean, there was nothing in the pre-market that was indicating this would happen. Yeah, I mean, they're not saying anything other than the fact that, yeah, we're going to announce earnings on the 8th. They didn't say, yeah, and look out, not going to be good. All right, guys, let's see if this IDYA has any legs at all here. That spread just got bad again. bid catch up to the ask for IDYA. I may even hold a little of this just in case, just to see if any of those price targets. It's not a recommendation for anybody to do the same thing, but see if these price targets are going to mean anything going forward for the IDYA. Yeah, so I don't know what's going on with Madison Square Garden. You're talking about because yeah, it looks like it had a huge drop, but it was that a dividend or I mean that obviously did not happen. So I don't know what to make of it. I mean, here we go. Yeah, so somebody would have to fill me in. I don't really know what happened here. Usually that's a dividend of some sort. Because this is not, I mean, this did not gap down on Friday like this. I mean, it looks like it did, but usually when you see something like that, unless there's some catastrophic news, usually it's some kind of a dividend but somebody else would have to answer you. I really don't know. It was a spinoff? Okay, was a spinoff? All right, guys. Well, we got a little bit of a winner here for the IDYA. A little bit of a winner, turning into a bigger and bigger winner. Trade it the way you like, manage your trade. I mean, this has turned out to be pretty nice. Just had to wait for that that 1920 mark. No, are you talking to me? No, I'm not sure at all. IDYA? Or is you're talking to William regarding car? Well, I'm telling you, I really feel that the afternoon is better to trade. I haven't said this for a while, but if I had my druthers, I wouldn't even show up in the morning. I would turn on my computer about 10 o'clock my time, which is 1 o'clock Eastern time, and then take a look then. I've traded out some of it, so I don't know what I'm going to do. If I'm going to hold some just to see, if it, some of these lofty price targets down the road. I don't often swing trade, but I mean, 20 may be a big block. I mean, there's no real resistance other than the psychological of 20, but did it fly in terms of a rebound? Yeah, it did. 1636, 17. Okay, guys, 220. Oh, I bet your rum stalled and is moving down now, right? A little bit. You would think. I mean, there's that area right there, 930 or so. Okay, goods. At least you're showing up more than 5 minutes before I shut down the room. Good for you. All right, guys, give me one moment. I've got to try to do something. And boy, I'm redlining in trade ideas. And I honestly don't feel I've got too much open, but let me just, maybe I'm going to have to get rid of this when the market's open. I just use this for pre-market. Let's see what happens. Okay, well, it got me a little bit of out of the red line anyway. Ugh. Well, that was short-lived. That was a short-lived bounce for FGEN. Look at this topping tail. FOXA crossing the VWAP on the way down, FOXA. Let's take a look. That's what you're talking about. Is it crossing it on the way down? And the answer is yes. All right, guys, sorry about that. I'm just, there's lots of internal discussions happening, and so what is the difference between Fox and Fox A? Let's take a look, see the volume. So there's Fox, 2.8 million, and then there's Fox A. Oh, so there's a big difference. Fox A is way more active. Fox A has over 7 million shares have traded. The other one, 8 million now, 8.9 million. The other one, so Fox 8 definitely is the more active of the two. Paper manager, not, you're talking about the simulator, right, Michael? So let me do it. Sim, okay. Account, simulated trading default. So let's see if I can take a trade. Take a look at IDYA. Okay, can I take 100, 200 shares? You know what, just for this exercise, I mean, I wouldn't normally, but I'll just go in at the market, send it, and it took the trade. So on my end, the simulator is working. Okay. So I'm not sure what, the only thing I can suggest doing always, okay, when you have an issue like that, maybe do a reset. Ah, yes. Do a reset, okay, of your, go to account and do a reset, or maybe even load trade ideas again, exit and load it again. Because I just showed you that certainly it's not widespread anyway. And let me know if that works, okay? So again, account, reset, connection. And if that doesn't work, then I know it's a pain because you might have some stuff that you know, like alert windows and things like that. You'll lose your what happened previous, but maybe just exit trade ideas and come back and see if that helps. And you are doing it correctly, right? You have, it says simulator in the box. So is it on your end? Something appears off to be offline. So there's no chance it's on your end, Mike, with your system? Do you have a green ball in your toolbar? If you can see if you can see my toolbar, I'm pointing at the green ball. So you do. So you do have a connection. Everything else is working. You're getting alerts. Okay. Well, let's try it again. So I'm disconnected. Okay. So not connected, and you click on sim, and it should say account first, and then click on account and simulated trading default. So does that simulated trading default show up in the box? You have to maybe, if it did, you have to answer me yes again. I'm seeing a bunch of yeses, but I'm not sure if that pertains to the last question. Yes, okay. So simulated trade, so you do see the simulator. So now what happens when you click on an alert? See, this happens to me every now and then. Okay, see, it takes a while. There's some kind of a lag going on with me though. It's really ticking me off. Anyway, so when you click on an alert, do you at least, does that box does a box show the alert that you've clicked on? You might have to say, yes, it does, because I can't tell, I see 4 yeses. So does the box say, does a box, when you click on an alert, does at least, does a symbol go in there? Okay, it does. Okay. And when you click on the shares, you're getting this, your how you can select how many shares you want if you want to use this list. Or obviously you can just type in how many shares you want. Those functions all work. And so when you click on buy, and let's just do market, okay, buy market, and then send. What happens? You're saying nothing happens? I know you were trying to get a limit order and all, but let's just see if you can place a market order. As what are you seeing in the orders tab? Yeah, as Pepe is asking. Executions tab is here. I don't usually have it up. Oh, I guess I did have it up. I just didn't see it. Oh, so it says, I'm sorry, I don't understand. So it says it's not connected, even though it says in the box simulator? I might have to send you, I might have to send you to, I mean, if it says simulator and you are trying to take orders and they're just not, I don't know how to help you because I mean, I can't duplicate it. Siri, I can answer your question. Yeah, I asked him to do that and he said he did. Now, maybe he just did the account refresh. Maybe he just did the reset, but I did ask him to reboot, like close down Trade Ideas and start again. Now, when you say the paper broker, are you talking about IB's paper broker, or you're talking about are you talking about trying to connect to IB's paper broker, or are you talking about using our simulator? Just a simulator. So you're not talking about using IB's paper trading. Okay, just a simulator. Well, Mike L, I have no idea then. If it says simulator in the box, then when you click on an alert and the symbol is showing and you can pick how many shares and you click the buy button and you send it and it's not working, I can't help you. So I think unfortunately you're going to have to go to our homepage and maybe somebody will have to look at your account but we're not having, well, I'm not seeing any emails coming in saying there's a problem. I am sorry that I can't help. Well, I am asking him, I would restart the application completely, okay? I don't know if you've done that though, like restart it completely, not just do the account reset. I'm talking about, file, exit, save, and then coming back in. Okay, you did restart completely. Okay. All right. Okay, Siri, you asked a question about how are these symbols being added? So how they're being added is that they meet all the filter requirements. Okay, so in this particular, remember now, a race always starts off from a top list window. So in this particular top list, now it's full. Why do we see these stocks in here? Well, because they meet these filter requirements. Okay, so if the stock is between 10 and 50, 500,000 shares minimum have traded, up 2% from yesterday's close. Market cap is at least $500 million, and the float is at least 50 million. Okay. Well, if these values are met, then a stock can appear here. And so the stock that is moving the most since the race started, you'll see it moving up the leaderboard. It's really that simple. But of course, you can have your own race based on your filter requirements. Because if you notice, so let's say you had a top list window with your filter requirements, your price range, your minimum volume, all those sorts of things. And then you right click and launch the race. Okay, now all that's covered in the guide. So how are these stocks? Well, right now, Liberty, LBRT, since the race started, not quite 2 minutes ago, this has moved the most. I mean, it's only 0.11%, but this has moved the most with all those filter values being met. But some other stock, could supplant it. And at the end of the race, there's a winner. So FRC has won 24 races today, as an example. But you can run a race based on say symbols you like to follow. For instance, you want to follow maybe you've got 20 or 30 stocks that you like to follow all the time. You can create a watch list with those stocks in it, and then you can attach it to the top list, and then you run the race based on just those stocks, as an example. So it's completely up to you. The two races that I share this one, and I share a much more volatile race. You would see stocks with far greater percent moves. You might say, well, why don't I show that one? Well, I could, and I used to show them both, but that one is volatile up, as volatile, if not more down. Where did I get the 44? I said 24. You mean the 24? So in the number one position, 24. Okay. So the FRC won 24 races today. And the next one, Nova won 8. AUPH won 6. So it automatically creates a top 10 list for you of the stocks that have won the most races. And remember, a stock doesn't have to be, a stock could, I mean, again, because these are not, I mean, they're not tremendous percentage moves. And they don't have to be at the high of the day. So for instance, FRC on this little move there, that could have been enough to win a race, as an example. You know, and all these little moves here, that could have been enough to win a race. And the winning a race just means, you know, whatever moved the most in the 4 minutes. And that 4 minutes, that's what I run. I run 4-minute races. You can run 5, 10, 1, 2.5. You can, you know, it's up to you. And all this is in the guide, okay? If you click on the guide and you go to stock racing, so again, if you click on my homepage link, and you click on the education section, and then you click on the user guide, and you'll see stock racing right there, TI stock races. There are 4 videos that cover virtually all aspects. Okay, your setup, and right here, this is clickable, race start setup, race configuration, okay? So because again, I don't expect anybody to remember everything I say, so that's why we have a guide. Big level here now for IDYA, guys. I mean, if it takes out 20, all right, FRC now is through the VWAP, guys. FRC is through the VWAP. There's the VWAP. Where are you? 1552. So it is through the VWAP. If you're a bit of a VWAP type player. Wow, come on. Boy. $244. And then we've got, it's not Pepsi. I know it's not Pepsi. Let's take a look at what this PPSI is doing. And I heard Fox. I heard Fox. So what is it doing? Continuing down below the VWAP. 29.86 is the VWAP, so it's just starting to take out the VWAP a little bit here. That's Fox. Fox A probably doing the same thing. So you have your pick really. I mean, they both. The other one, Fox A, is trading more shares, but this is still 3 million shares. Boy, what a fight at $20 for IDYA, a big fight at $20. Okay, guys, so typically I'll put myself on mute in a bit. I'm still here. I'll hop back on the mic if there's a question or if I want to pop in and say something. This gives me an opportunity to kind of get get some emails out of my system and also maybe do a little trading on my own. But I'll certainly hop right back on the mic if there's a question. I should leave this IDYA in here. This is I was just demonstrating how you can use. Well, we were trying to figure out if this was a widespread occurrence about not being able to place orders with the simulator. Certainly not with me. So, Alex, in our YouTube room, are you like? It's okay, you can admit it to me, but are you like a GME fan? And are you really thinking that there is this thing, quote unquote, going on? Is that and I'm just curious. Not that it's going to sway me one way or the other. It's just I'm kind of curious. Meanwhile, boy, this IC. Okay, I'll define it this way. Do you really believe that there's, billions of shorts out there that eventually are going to have to cover, and GME is going to like $1,000 or $10,000 or some crazy number, which has been out there for it seems like 2 years now? Boy, look at this IC. What a what a beautiful run still. All-time high. Meanwhile, rum on the move here. Yeah, definitely on the move. I thought maybe, well, okay, I thought maybe this would stall it. Let's see, that the 950 level, a couple of highs right there. Let's see if this, or, I mean, the next high is 983. After that, we've got 1034. Oh, God. Okay. All right. So this is what the CEO tweets. Cable television is now completely controlled speech. Rumble is the only bastion for authentic speech. Okay. Well, I'm sure he'll land somewhere, but he's certainly not going to get the same amount of money that Fox was paying him. So, though he may not, I don't know. I don't know his financial situation, obviously, but on my homepage is Siri. Have you been to my homepage? I think it's there anyway. Let me make sure before I. It's possible that I remember if I may not have. It used to be there. Okay, if you went to my, okay, I guess I should probably add it again, but I'll give it to you right now. This is the repeating version. Hmm. I better make sure the sound is not on. Properties, actions, pinned. Okay, I better do a duplicate. Properties, text centers. So there's okay. I can give you this then. Okay, there it is. Well, DWAC is now finally starting to follow rum. So again, I'm not gonna, just so you understand. Now, what I showed you, there are six strategies in here. Three on the upside, three on the downside. Okay. Option volume 150%, 200, which I unchecked, and 300%. So all this means is that 150%, what it means is that it's trading 1.5 times normal option activity. It has 1.5 times option activity. So in other words, if a stock normally has traded, let's use this one a little easier on the math. If a stock normally over the last 10 days has traded 2,000 contracts, for you to see that stock hitting the 300%, it will have to trade 6,000 contracts, three times normal. Okay, 300% ratio of three. Here it would have to be 1.5 times normal. So why did I do this? Well, I used to only have the 300%, but then I thought, you know what? Why don't I add these down here and catch them as they're increasing in the option volume? Okay, so, but it's up to you. Okay, I'm not going to tell you how to use it, but I unchecked the 200%. I was getting, too many alerts over and over again, but you still do, but it sort of nags at you, say, don't forget about me. Don't forget about me. Now, don't ask me how to trade it. Okay. It's up to you. Again, it's just another way of showing stocks that are having abnormal activity. This time, the abnormal activity is around the number of contracts that have been traded. All right, here it is, Luis. Okay, there it is. So this is what you'll see. Now, this is also on my homepage, okay? If you go, or my channel, if you go to new and dock channel bar, and where am I here? Barry's watch list. So I think they put the option scanner in here also. I think they did. Moving higher with unusual options. Okay. Only on that, they only put one in. I think it's just the 300%. Yeah, 300%. Yes. Yes, IDYA. Exciting. Whoops. Did I actually accidentally get rid of our YouTube room? Hmm. Okay, so I will put myself on mute. I am here. If you have a question, I'll hop right back on the mic. Okay, this thing is hung up. Okay, guys, due to the end task, just for that, my little notifications. Okay, on mute. I'm getting tired. Look at IDYA, guys. Wow, that's you. Yeah, I mean, it's just a lot of patience. A lot of patience. Ion Q. So that is the trade of the week. Let's see if it came back. This may have been stopped out. I don't know what the stop was. I can't remember. I didn't read the entire email. I just saw what the entry was, the suggested entry. I'm not sure if it got stopped out. Somebody who has the email might want to let us know. It might, like the stop might have been the low here or some kind of a moving average. I'll see if I can find the email. Yeah, it looks like it stopped out. Looks like because the anchored VWAP looks like it was around 6. So that is looks like this got stopped out. But I think it has to close, okay, below the VWAP. So right now, I don't know if it actually closed below. Oh, a late one. ZGN. This is at the Italian designer. A late one, when I say late one, showing up, that's very late. Usually you don't get something in the 10-day daily breakout this late in the day. Okay, guys, on mute. No, I will stand. I haven't. Question is, have I ever noticed that the upgrades or downgrades are more effective on specific days of the week? Nope. I've not noticed anything like that. All right, guys, I'm going to shut this down now. Again, thanks for all the help. I'll open the room tomorrow. I'll be on the mic at 9 o'clock, okay? You can come into the room usually by 8 o'clock, even earlier. Between 8 and 9, you can talk amongst yourself, but I'll get on the mic at 9. So have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. And I'll shut down YouTube now. Same thing for you guys.